Here it is the ITOM training syllabus. First and foremost thing we are going to see about the CMDB CI and about the CI class manager, IRE engine, how the CMDB used to identify each and every new CIs coming into system, how it is updating the existing CIs in system. So this is the very tricky part in the system. So whatever we are doing with the mid server or discovery, everything will be come and ends up with this IRE engine only within the service now. So most of the troubleshooting part and most of the session will be always revolve around this IRE only. So whatever issues we are going to get, it will be mostly within this credential or with the IRE engine setup into the system. And the next and the foremost important one is the discovery setup. So how we have to set up the discovery and how we have to set up the mid server cluster and how to install the mid server, what are the prerequisites of the mid server to get installed in system, how the horizontal and top down discovery works, and the most important and tricky part of probes, sensors, and patterns we are going to see, and also how these IP affinities, service affinities, types of discoveries work into the organization. I just designed this syllabus to make you to understand a little bit more comfortable within the ITOM environment. I doesn't give the any kind of common topics over here, but still I just send you the most important topic how to do with the discovery classification, behavior, process classifications and all. So these every topic we will be digging deep and we will be seeing the lab session, and for every practical session you will be having how to map all these things you will be having the practicals and the lab session to know how we have to do all these things. And coming to the event management part, you know that CMDB, the ITOM, it is all like monitoring. So we are going to do some kind of monitoring setup using this event management. So we will be using SolarWinds as a practical scenario lab session while be using this event management. So we will be integrating the SolarWinds with the ServiceNow instance, and we will be seeing how to create an alerts, how to create everything everything on the same integration with the external events, and also how to migrate the alert rules to the alert management rules, how to create an alert correlation rules, all these, how to do the self monitors for the event management, all these things we will be seeing in the part of event management. My next and the last topic is about the cloud management. So cloud management, we will be setting up the administration and setup of the cloud resource profile, alert manipulation, and also we help you to know how to create that templates within that cloud resources, cloud formation templates, all these things, how to create the resource blocks and so this is a very easy one. So we will be helping you to do with this AWS and Azure, and also we give you the relevant document for how to install the VMware or how to do with the AWS and Azure within the organization. Along with this, one more thing I will be providing you is the SCCM data source with the ServiceNow, because in some of the organization they have multiple data sources to get the CIs into the system. And like they can run SCCM, they can run LAN test, they can run this discover into system. Many data sources are available, many transform maps, import sets are available. If in that case, in that scenario, if you're working, how to manage the data that is coming from data source, how to manage the data from the discovery source. For that, I will be giving the practical lab session with the SCCM also. Okay. And or one of the question was asked from Ashok, like, are SCCM and ITOM is similar? SCCM and ITOM is not similar. Actually, SCCM is, yeah, both are going to be used by the internal organization only. But still, SCCM, it is going to be a service management, how we are going to manage our services, our issues, our requests, our changes every day into our organization. But ITOM is something like what are the network, what are the devices, what are system we are having into in our organization, how we are going to manage those things within the organization. It is the kind of thing what we are going to see in the ITOM. Okay, and again in some of your minds you may have a question like that. See whether the scripting part of this particular one, it is so difficult, whether we doesn't, I mean, we need to do PowerShell scripting, Linux scripting. No, it is not like that actually. So I will be telling you the some part of the troubleshooting things in the PowerShell on Linux. But you know already that ServiceNow always used to give the APIs that are already predefined in the system, like the Glide Record, Glide Ajax, Glide Aggregate. So in Discovery also we do have a predefined scripts only in I mean available in the ServiceNow. So you doesn't want to have any kind of prerequisite knowledge about any kind of scripting. So it is all predefined scripting in ServiceNow, so where we can make use of all the things. And covering the part of orchestration will be done along with this service mapping alone, because you know that most of the pattern and most of the service mapping part will be taken care along with the orchestration itself. So in that service mapping, we used to cover the orchestration also. So you can post your question in the chat. I will be answering that soon. So let me quickly jump onto the part of quick demo, what we are going to see today. I think everyone can view my screen. So introduction about the CMDB. So CMDB is a kind of configuration management database. So whatever the organization has in their configuration, like it can be a laptop, desktop, servers, Apache Tomcats, applications they are using within it. So think that you are an organization CEO or you are the organization IT officer. So you have to know about all the devices and the system, application, softwares, everything you have to know, correct? What are the things we are using, how much you are spending for each and every year, if there is any kind of things that are not utilized within our organization. So all this type of information you just need, right? So that's why we will be giving that along with this. And then the thing is over here is like here we used to go with the in I mean you know that CMDB has the service mapping. Sorry, CMDB is the main class, and all the servers, switches, computers, printers, softwares, all are the subclasses of the CMDB CI. So CMDB underscore CI is the parent table, and all other table like CMDB underscore server, CMDB underscore CI dot database, all these are the child table of the CMDB. So we are going to dig deep into a system that how the CMDB has been configured, how the other sessions in the CMDB has been configured. So what is meant by CA relationship one? What is meant by business service, technical service, and business application? For that, you can see a screen over here which is going to help you out on this part. So most of the things all are not discoverable by the discovery. So there are some non-discoverable items also which is going to be discovered by the CA relationship or the patterns we have written into the system. So we are going to see that how it is going to be get discovered using the service mapping when it is coming to the business application and business services. Let me show you that in the system that how it is actually going to work on the system. So here, if I go and see CMDB underscore CI dot list. So here, if you see over here, I'm having nearly 3149 CIs in our system, and I have told you about in CMDB CI is the parent of all CI classes. Now let me group this CI classes to see what are the different type of classes we have. Can you see how many different classes we have in our CMDB? Each and every one is a separate table in the system. For example, take this application. So application is one of the class. In application class, we have only one record. Let us take the computer. Computer is also another CI. We are using computers daily. In now, it is seen that in this particular organization, we are having around 939 computers over here, and these are the name of that computer, and that comes under this class of computer. So here, can you see the name? So the thing is right here we are having computer and the computer name and operating this system as is showing Windows and the OS version over here. And RAM, what is the memory we are having over there, and the CPU speed, serial number of that particular machine and model of that machine. So the model of the computer is the Linux. We are having all other details over here. But if you see over here, can you see CMDB underscore CI underscore computer? So this is a child table of the CMDB underscore CI table, and it is giving and this information is going from the computer table. So like that, in the configuration management setup, we do have multiple classes under single CI. So CMDB CI is the parent, and all other like IP address, IP routers, IP switchers, everything is the child table of the CMDB CI. Okay. So whenever whatever things we need to get inserted into this particular table, we have to write the identification and reconciliation rules to notify to notify this particular CMDB CI that in what table this particular CI going to sit. See, discover will be discovered all the CIs, and now it is our ServiceNow instance job to place the CI in the correct table. Correct? I mean within the correct class. For that only we are using the IRE engine in the system. Now there are some questions from Shreya and the Pavan. They are asking, after completing this course, will I eligible to work on the live project and also go for the certification? Yes, you can definitely go for that. And whether I'm going to cover the custom pattern development in the service mapping. Yes, definitely we will be having a one lab session to cover the custom patterns also. So I will be giving you and teaching you how to write the custom patterns if it is a new one. And there is a question, one of the members is asking that what is a technical service, business service and application service? So whenever we talk about this technical or whatever we are just going to talk about in the in part or in the view of service mapping. So first, can any one of you tell me what is technical service alone? So technical service in the sense like employee provisioning, backupping and recovery, storage items and self-service desktop, all these are comes under the technical service. For example, take an example, we are having ServiceNow. And in ServiceNow, we are having self catalogs, correct? In that catalogs, we used to map any one of the CI with that. Now that service has been mapped with one of the CI now. That is called technical service. Are you getting my point? So then we go to the business service. So the business service is like, or it is kind of a work or that is used to support an IT infrastructures. We can say like some of the example of business service like banking, insurance, warehouse, communication services. All these are comes under the business services. In that case, if the business services is mapped with any one of the CI, then the service mapping will be working with that business service. That's what I'm saying. Business service, technical service, application service, it is not discoverable. We are just making the relationship with the CMDB CI, and we are just producing the service mapping for that to find what services are related to what table or what CI in the organization. And the last one, you itself may can understand about the application service in the ServiceNow. So the examples of the application services are like it is can be a order management system, CRM system, credit card payment system, any kind of online friend store. So whatever things we are using for the applications and whatever the support that we are giving using the our organization network, then for example take an online store, definitely we used to have some server to conduct I mean this connection between the server and the online our online store. So now we want to connect that service to the particular server which is going to host this particular application. So in that thing, we are going to map this particular one. Okay. Any doubts on this? All are okay with this one? I think I answered most of the questions over here. Any other queries? So, here in the class, we are going to see next thing about the. Is my Word document is also viewable for you, correct? Okay, fine. So, here you can see in what are the ways we can insert the CMDB CIs into the CI1. We can have external sources, we can have cloud management, service mapping, and discovery. So, that's why, what is it?
Yes,
Are we?
I mean, would like to know where the CMDB tables will get auto updated whenever the CS has been CS added to change or any activity, the change activity. Those will
Hmm?
be updated in somewhere tables, right? So where generally they will be get
CI
updated.
affected. CI affected, you can
So I
check.
want to know that where the CMDB tables will
You can see the affected CI
be
table.
affected. Okay,
You can see the CI affected. Below in the related list
okay.
itself, you can find that particular table. For example, I'm going for the change management. Now I want to know which CI has been affected on behalf of this change. Okay, that is what your question, right? Wait, let me.
Yes, it is like in some cases CS are though they are in change, they are still triggering alerts or events due to the misplacement of CMDB or misbehavior of
There
CMDB.
can be some of the
So
duplicates. Event managements will be working based on the alert system and it will see only if the particular CI is operational or retired. Operational status we have, correct? Whether it is operating or not. That is the only one thing it is going to see. It is not going to see whether it is under any kind of change or incident. It doesn't want it, correct? See, for example, I'm going to give one of the configuration item over here. What is it? We take this Linux server and say, can you see the affected CA over here for this change task?
yes, yes, able to see.
This is an task underscore CI table where you can see for what task, what configuration item is doing. Is this was your question or are you looking for some other answer? No,
Okay,
I'm asking you.
partially yes, and not full.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, going forward we can discuss, I guess.
Yes, another question is you mentioned the rules to place in the CI in the correct table. And could you please, okay. See, when I'm going to talk about
And
IR engines,
the
we do
query got
have,
partially satisfied, not full length, but okay, going forward we can discuss.
sure, fine. So, Nikita is asking about you mentioned the rules to place the CI in the correct table. Yes, identification rules and reconciliation rules we have. Let's see only one over here. We have identifiers in the system which used to identify the CIs. These are the identifiers that will be working for each table. For example, take the CMDB underscore CI underscore IP address. Even though to insert a IP address, there is some IP address identifier rules has been already written. This is where we used to write the for this table and for the IP address, these conditions should be for this is the active one over here. What are the things we need to get the IP address? We need network partition underscore identifier, we need net mask value, and we need IP address. Only if we get these three items, then only we can insert the IP address. If already there is any IP address with the same value for this three component, I mean three attributes, then it will update the things. It won't insert the new record into the system. Okay, Nikita, I think yeah, I have been answered your query.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. So once while we digging deep into a system, I will tell you how to write this identifier rules and where this identifier rules will be implemented in the system and how to see the patterns and how the patterns are working to launch each and every dependent one, how to write dependent rule or independent identification rules, how the CI class manager get works in system, how the IR engine works into it, and how the discovery and the service discovery and mid server is working out, what is the relationship, how to check the and how to troubleshoot the things using the ECCQ. These all topics we will be covering in this particular one.
Okay, Prancy, are we covering API setup with SolarWinds? You said that, right? We'll be testing with the SolarWinds. So,
For
are we
event
covering
management.
this API for event management?
Hello,
Yes.
Are we covering with the API part as
తిన్నాను
well?
నువ్వు
Yes,
So, we're going to
నువ్వు
do some testings as well, right?
definitely. We are
Thank you.
going to do much with event management using
So,
SolarWinds because it is a key tool. Yeah.
the only thing the concern is like, are we going to test with only SolarWinds, or we do have some test tools like Nagios and Dynatrace are also
Nagio,
being
I was checking out. Okay. See, there are some free tools.
Dynatrace.
Nagios, yeah, Nagi I use.
Yes,
Nagi
Nagios as
OS.
well. Yes, Dynatrace as well. We can get a 30 days trial
నాగియోస్
pack.
Yeah, yeah.
Nagios, right?
So yeah, I am just checking with by creating an application in that to do that what APIs and all I'm trying out. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
just trying out with
Okay.
multiple ways. Yeah. Now I confirm with
Okay,
SolarWinds. But for the
that's okay.
monitoring tools, I will tell you, okay? Soon.
Then it sounds good for me. And there
Because
is a
I'm
one more
just
concern.
searching some of the very difficult part to done. So once I teach you the difficult
That's
part, you can solve the easy ones by yourself in your
that's
scenarios.
okay. Huh.
Yeah.
And one more thing, are we going to implement any automation activities with ITOM thing like where we generate the tasks, right? The alerts will create a tasks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are we going to call any kind of credentials for management from Vault kind of stuff, or are we going to call any scripts from open repositories like GitHub, Bitbucket, those stuff?
No, currently not. We doesn't opening any kind of open repositories. So that's why I'm
Okay.
using this SCCM for the data source, but not using
Mm-hmm.
this credential part and all. But because I'm going to do with this within ServiceNow credential only, I'm going to do it
Okay. Okay.
only with
Okay.
Windows and Linux machine. Yeah,
That's
and
okay.
also I will be teaching you about the credential-less discovery also using the Nmap. How to do that
Uh-huh.
credential-less discovery also.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So
are you going to cover any business relations where the discovery can be happened with adding one
yes,
relation to the particular field?
yeah, that thing surely I will be done with this part.
Uh,
Because for I am teaching the advanced service mapping also. So in that part,
mm-hmm,
those things will get covered. Yeah.
mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes. Any other question than this? Any doubts? So this session will be helping you out once you've done the session. So definitely you can go and sit in one of the project and you can start working out. So it will be giving you a real-time scenario, and one after the end of the session, you will be getting one project, and project feedback will be given to you once you are doing that project. So day to day important questions and interview questions I will be telling you. What are the scenario based questions you can have during the interviews? Those things I will be helping out you on this part. There is two more questions on the chat. CMDB event manage only. These topics will cover on this course or any other topics. So what are the other topics you're looking for in the event manage? I already showed full syllabus with you. So if you propose any kind of new topics, I can add this within the syllabus. Integrations. Integration only I'm going to do with SolarWinds and other things. So not sure about what you are, specifically asking. Course duration is 30 hours of course, but it may vary from 2 to 3 hours max sometimes. Regarding the project feedbacks and all, it may vary, but the duration is 30 hours of course. Anything other than this, guys?
Apologies, talking in mute. So
Sorry.
the service, sorry, apologies, I'm just talking in mute. Okay, the
Okay.
service now has a capability to integrate with many other third-party tools, right? Where it can communicate with the APIs, true APIs.
Yeah.
So, are we going to learn about the Postman or a kind of tools a little bit in order to check the API?
Postman is just a basic tool, okay? You can test it
Yeah,
out using
wait.
it. But once you learn about how to integrate using OAuth 2.0, And then it is an easy job. But for each and every third party system, according to their own setup, we need to learn few things. Anyways, correct? If we want to go with SolarWinds, you know what are the ports we need to connect. And if you want to
Yes.
go with Nagios, we want to know that how that system is. So if you are going into that situation, go and ask that particular environment people to give the document about the integration. What are the ports we have? What are the endpoints we need to use to get these things, that things? You can go and ask those particular, I mean, administrators to help you out to provide the particular document. See,
Right.
we are
Uh,
ServiceNow developers. We are not
y-
going to be a SolarWinds or Nagios developers, correct?
yes.
So it is
Yes.
their duty to provide any kind of documents that help us to do the integration between these two parties. You doesn't want to bother about whether they're going to ask any question. They may doubted about our knowledge and don't think in that way. We are developers of service now and not about the other tools. So you can directly go and ask them for the integration documents and endpoints and what are the methods we need to use. If there is any special restriction has been available, do you have any primary firewall to go and touch this system into the organization? All these things you can go and knock the door of IT admin people within the organization to get all this information.
Okay.
Okay. So, Nagesh, I'm not sure how to share the document with you, but I already showed the full topics in the starting of the session itself. Not sure how to place the document over here. So, this will be quite fun, quite knowledgeable, quite deep. I mean, you will be digging deep. It will be brainstorming. So don't think this is too tough. It is really very easy comparing to writing the scripts. It is very easy. Only thing you have to know how to configure this within the service now. That is the thing actually. Other than this, if you think in a logical way, then it is a very easy one. Nagesh, could you please ping the Gautham IT Solutions to get that detailed syllabus for you? So who gave you the links to join over here? You can ask the same person to share the syllabus with you. I just mentioned this in the previous, while the starting of the session, how much scripting knowledge we require for ITOM. For ITOM, we doesn't need any part of the scripting knowledge. We just have the predefined scripts over here. So we will be learning only the predefined APIs that are using over here. And when it is coming to PowerShell and Unix, I will be giving you some of the commands what you have to see for getting the particular device knowledge, device net stats, that kind of common commands I will be giving you to troubleshoot. Other than that, it is easy. Okay, Pavan. The custom pattern, yeah, definitely we are having one custom pattern. I will make you to design the custom pattern as a lab session. So where you know how to build the custom pattern from the scratch to end. I will telling you that how that library has been predefined library has been built into the custom patterns and how if you want to change any kind of things within that library, how you have to how you want to write that query. So all these things I will be making you to learn in the custom pattern portion.
Yesterday, we just started with the CMDB introduction. I think everyone can view my Word screen, correct?
Not yet.
Yes, we can.
Everyone
I
can.
I can.
Okay, fine. So you know that CMDB it is kind of an take an example that whatever resources, whatever sources the data enters into the service now, everything is going to be get collected into the CMDB. Like take an tax system, okay? Take an a tax system within internal state or from external bodies, everything will be put up in the form. In the tax website, correct? In the same way, whatever things getting runs into the particular organization or in the other organization, everything will be bonded into the CMDB CI. So mainly we just have the CMDB CI for the service management, asset management, audit, GRC, everywhere we are using this CMDB CI. So if you know well about how the CMDB CI has been organized, you will be very good when it is coming to integration or any other stuff. So we can have the mid server in the third party system or from our client location in the cloud. So all the information it will collect and it will be get registered into the CMDB CI. So when we talk about CMDB CI, CMDB CI,
We lost you.
yeah, sorry, it's my mistake. So the thing is, CMDB CI is the parent of all the CIs we just have in the system. For example, let us show you how it actually shows in the other thing. So you can see the my other screen correct now, CMDB CI table. So if you see the CMDB CI table, if I go and group this class in the sense, the parent table will be the CMDB underscore CI, but under that we will be having everything as a child table. Everything as a child table. If you go and click for the Linux server, you can see the ServiceNow name will be CMDB underscore CI underscore Linux underscore server. So this is comes from the parent table called CMDB underscore CI, and this particular class name is called Linux server. So the class name is called Linux server over here, and the parent name is called the configuration item. So whatever the CIs or classification engine, whatever it you are saying, the network adapter, services, whatever you see as a under the CMDB CI, everything has the CMDB CI as parent, and all other things, what and all over here in the CMDB CI, it is the child of the configuration management base table. So when you start working with the CMDB CI, first you have to know how to plot each and every answers into the particular table. For example, you are running the discovery. Now you want to tell the IR engine, which is nothing but identification and reconciliation engine, you have to tell in which table you want to place the particular record. Correct? Which server will bring the information from here? I mean, the particular discovery will bring the information. Now, it is ServiceNow job to put the correct CI in the respected table. Correct? Guys, can you follow me? If there is any questions, you can ping me in the chat. So likewise, we are going to see what are the discoverable items, what are the non-discoverable items in the CMDB CI. Usually, if you see the web service which are coming under the technical services, it can be discoverable. But if it is for the business service and application services, it cannot be discovered through the direct relationship or from directly from the server. Can any one of you give me the example of the business service? Yesterday, who have attended the demo session, I think they can answer. I have explained you about the application service, business service, and technical service.
Suppose you take as a CRM as application, which involves a lot of other
Yeah.
CIs, correct? So those all comes under
Yes.
application service. So business service means
Yeah.
suppose
You're
we are
right.
delivering one business to the particular business or unit, so which involves a lot of
Mhm.
CIs, applications. Those all are called under business service.
So usually business application service in the sense any other third party application that involves into this one, then that particular discoverable things will becomes under the business services. Sorry, application services. Business service in the sense email, Outlook, all these things will be comes under the business services. So whenever you just think about the business service and this technical service will be discoverable, and all these non-discoverable things will be managed by the service mapping through the relationship or through the dependency. These top-down approach will be done by the service mapping. But anyway, these all things will be get covers into the CMDB CI. So now, what are the different type of data sources we have into the service now? One can be discovery, other can be service mapping, and other can be the cloud management and some external sources. So what are the external sources it can be to fetch the data into the CMDB? Usually, we know that we used to do the import sets. We used to have the Excel sheet and we come and upload the Excel sheet and we'll do the import set using the transform maps. Here, can you tell me what are the other external source we have for the CMDB?
LDAP.
LDAP we have. Other than that?
Can we use any of these tools
So
like
what
Intune or SCCM?
Integration.
Yes, integration. So what are the data sources or external sources that is coming out from the third party system or any kind of service provider they are giving? So those things will be called as the external resource, but still it will be coming and sitting in the CMDB, CI. And the next one is about the cloud management. Cloud management, in the sense, with the word you can know, it is AWS, Azure, VMware. All the things that are coming from the cloud providers will be comes into the cloud management. And service mapping. So, what are the things that you can get from the service mapping? Application services and business services. These things will be
Correct.
get
It will
mapped
show the
up through the
dependency of both,
service
isn't it?
mapping. Yes, and also this has
No.
a separate in
Can can
sorry.
can CMDB discover microservices in it?
Can you give me an example?
Docker.
Sorry, Docker, correct?
Yes, Docker.
So, okay, I will tell you few things about if it is this has to comes under any kind of what to say like business service or application services. Okay, so Docker is used to allocate any type of read write file system to the container, correct? In the final layer of the container.
Yes.
Am I correct? So, in the simple terms, it is we can tell that it is used as a virtualization software. So, according
Mhm.
to the things we need to manage, if it is can be used in the sense we can use it out in the cloud management, but I'm not sure in the service mapping.
Uh, just a cross question. The CMDB,
Okay.
is it how it exactly discovers I mean, is it a kind of agent has to be installed on the end nodes, or do we need to set up a particular configuration towards the CIS and our CMDB?
How the CMDB is classifying? That was your question.
No, how it is identifying before classifying, how it has to identify, right? If see a new component has been added to the environment, it has to
Mm-hmm.
be uploaded to the CMDB manually or automatically. So the manual entry
Automatically. Okay.
they can do, but if it is going to
Mm-hmm.
the automatically, how exactly it works? Is it a kind of
First,
agent based question?
yeah, first we have the discovery phases, correct? Like scanning, classification,
Mhm.
identification, and exploration part. When it's starting the scanning phase, first it used to launch all the probes in the system. It is Windows, Linux, whatever it is. So now it will find the open port. For example, if the open port number is 22, then the service now knows it is a Linux machine. If it find
Okay.
the result as open port of 135, then it knows it is a Windows machine. In that
So
way only it used to classify.
are we going to discover any CAs added on our environment in a practical session?
Yes, definitely.
So how about UD? UD and CMDB both are same?
What do you mean by both are same lessons? UD?
I mean
No,
the way of mechanism, the discovery mechanism.
uh, I'm not aware of it actually. I know only service now. Okay,
I think UD is
so
from
you may
ServiceNow
ask
only,
some.
right? Universal discovery.
Sorry. So that see, universal discovery in the sense. What do you mean by universal discovery actually?
Not
So
exactly, but
UD, no, UD. I'm not sure. So UD is the Octa tool, correct?
it's a micro focus tool.
We don't have such thing called UD. I never hear about UD. UD I know through the Octa only.
No,
UD and
UD
some
actually
other things
doesn't do
like
a deep discovery. So UD is basically used to only identify the IP addresses and all of that. That's used actually in privilege access management when we use BT as a tool, which is beyond trust. It does not do a deep discovery like what ServiceNow does.
It is
but
a
I
part of
never
SPUC.
used
It is HP
but I never
tools.
used this UD at all. Okay. So I never used this UD at all for your information.
That's okay. The thing is
OT.
what happening is
Uh-huh.
in the environment I seen uh, they are going to install an UD agent on the end nodes, and the UD going to discover the complete details of the mission, the end node, and from the UD server, the service now is getting integrated and collecting the information. How the CMDB is functioning in our culture, our environment. So I thought of asking you that question: how it act, how it I mean
They
happens or occur.
they are just installing that in the what in the client's environment, the UD. Here they are going to have the normal system.
Okay,
So I'm not aware it, but let me go and do some research on the same and come back to you.
sure, sure. Thank you.
And discovery we have. So mostly the part of CMDB structure will be like this, correct? CMDB underscore CI. hardware we have, a network here. For a table, if you take this is how it used to, from a table to table, it will be like this, correct? Parent to child, the dependency looks. So you will be having this kind of dependency looks for each and every CIs we just have in the CMDB CI. And coming to the relationship, you can find all the relationship that has been mapped with these things in the CMDB underscore or real underscore CI. So you can find all the CI relationship within this particular table. So for example, if I move on to that page, let me show it to you. Can everyone view my screen? So this is the CA relationship table. So it is going to tell you the parent and what type of relationship you're going to have with the child. Here you can see multiple type of relationship with each and every CIs. For example, let me group by the type. For example, we can see few of the examples like owns and owns by. So this is the child table and this is the parent table. Let's go into this one. So the parent is the Linux server and the child is the network adapter. So owns and owns by. So this particular parent owns this particular child. Okay. This owns and owns to by this parent. Linux server owns this particular network adapter in it. So what do you mean by network adapter? Have anybody seen about the network adapter or network switches? Anyone? Whether it is an hardware or a software.
Yeah,
It's a
hardware.
hardware part.
It's a hardware.
While coming to the next class, try to go with the CMDB CI table, okay, this configuration item table, copy of this particular class name and go to the Google and search it and look whether it is an hardware or software tool or how it actually looks. For example, take the network switches, okay. So, this is the network switch. Why do we use this network switch? Then how CMDB it is going to collect the data. For example, you can see multiple VLAN switches in the, will be discovered as, multiple VLAN IP addresses will be discovered for this VLAN switch. Now you have to find it. Why there is multiple IP VLAN switches over here? Why are getting that along with the primary IP address? Like that, you do some research in each and every one of the classes. Okay, this will help you to know what are that tools and why we are calling that tools and why these two tools are getting connected with the server. For example, Linux server has the network adapter in it. Network adapter is a small tool or it can be a wired tool. Now you want to see. Network adapter is the component of the computer's internal hardware that is used to communicate over the network with another computer. So this is what is the purpose of the network. It is going to give you the communication over the network with another computer. So it is mean within that Linux server, you just have this component has been attached with that particular Linux server now. So that is why along with this particular CI, whenever the Linux server has been discovered, on the same time it will check for the dependency. This child is also there. This child is also attached with this parent. So the pattern will be checking out whether this relationship has been also there for this particular IP address. In that way, it will check and it will get this information also within this parent one. Okay. So here if you come and see, there is this IP address is coming up over here, correct? It will not populate automatically. The CMDB serial number which is coming over here, it will not populate automatically. Everything has its own table. From that table, it will come and put the name over here. Here, can you see there is some relationship going on, owns by DNS name. Here it is the another relationship what it has with this particular one. For example, let me see that relationship and show it to you. Now you can see this particular Linux server has been connected with the DNS name of this particular IP address, and it has a connection with the this particular network adapter and storage device. From the storage device we having some of the file system. Now you have seen only this relationship with that in the relationship table, correct? But you have seen multiple things has been connected with within this IP address itself. You have two. Let us take this IP address along. It has four things has been attached with this one. Once you have the relationship only, then only it will relate that particular CI. This one we see, correct? This is the Linux and this is the network adapter we have seen. That is one we have done. And this is, I think, this is MAC address. Uh, this is IPv4 address. So this is the IPv4 address has been mapped over here. And this is the DNS name, and also this is one of the this is also IPv4 address. Can any one of you tell me what is the difference between IPv4 and IPv6?
IPv4 has got only about 256 sort of 32 bits only, but IPv6 is expandable, and it's more
Yeah, it
hexa
is
driven compared to binary.
hexadecimal.
That
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So, for example, if you go for IPv4 in the sense, you will be having only or to say four segments in it, correct? But all are everything will be converted to the binary. So where in some of the case it is not enough into the network to find a particular device. But when we go for the IPv4 address, it is a hexadecimal address which is more efficient than compared to the IPv6 mostly. For the using purposes, we can say this particular IP address will be easy, but for the secure and for to find a common one, then IPv6 is the most effective one compared to the IPv4. So now for this Linux server, you can find this three things over here, which is nothing but network adapter, DNS name, and this particular storage devices. And all other, did you see this IPv4 and IPv6 connection over here? No, right? Within this dependency, guys. But this will also will be get mapped in the particular IP address table alone. If you come over here and go for the CMDB underscore CI underscore IP underscore address dot list, you can see few things over here mapped over here. Can you see over here? Now this is the IP address we have. Can you see? It will be mapped in what? It is getting mapped in the IP address table directly, but in the dependency map, it is not showing the as it is dependent on one thing. And also, if you have serial number also, that thing will be also mapped in the CMDB underscore CI underscore serial number table. Okay. Does anybody know serial number table, guys? I just muted it. So the thing is right here you can see the serial numbers, correct? Serial numbers have been mapped with each and every one of the configuration item with you. For example, if I take this particular IP address also, for that IP address, if you have a serial number over here, that thing will be get mapped along with the serial number. But if you see in the Linux server, you don't have a serial number. Serial number over here. But when the if the pattern is running out and it finds some of the serial number over here, then within this table that serial number will be get plotted against that configuration number. So these things will be running within this pattern itself. For example, let me show you some of the pattern scripting to you. So how these things are running in the back end. Okay. So whenever this pattern get runs, see, it will validate for the validate serial number or name, that is not, this is the condition, and it will find for the serial number table, it will find the serial number. So like this, from whatever things comes into the discovery, it will go and put this pattern as a request and get the answer from back from the discovery for all this information. It will get the serial number, it will get the IP switch serial number, everything it used to get from the request. So whatever see within this service now, it may look like it is getting populated in the each and every CIs, but still it has many relationship and dependency with each and every other table. Okay, guys, it is clear up to now. I just told you only the CMDB and the relationship it has, how it is get related with the IP address, serial number, and some of the other relationship it has. Any doubts till now?
How the relationship are built? I mean, it is an automated process, or how is this built? The relationship between a network switch, the IP address, and then the adapter, etc.
So we have to create the CI relationships. Okay, CI class manager. We do have CI relationship which helps you to achieve these things. Okay. So in the next session, we will be seeing the CMDB IRE engine and CI class manager. In the CI class manager, we need to create the dependencies and relationships between one of the two tables. Okay. CMDB class manager.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're covering in the future class, should be good. Fine, no issues.
I just took the CMDB introduction session with you, but still it is going to be continued for another 2 to 3 classes because CMDB is the very important before moving to any other topic. Here we have seen about the Linux server, correct? To go for the Linux server, I can find only 16 servers within this organization. So now here come to see over here, Linux server, the table name will be populated over here. Attributes in a sense, what are the fields we are having in that particular table will be shown over here. This is where we used to define the identification rules and reconciliation rules. So tomorrow I will be talking morely about how to write the identification rule and reconciliation rule and the relationship it has. Here where we used to tell the relationship for the our CI, dependency, independency, everything we will be marking it over here. So these are the top or higher this relationship, and these are the down one relationship we have. We have to create this relationship using that runs on connected by these kind of relationship we have to connected it. For example, if you click no, it will ask you the relationship, what type of relationship you want to create that one, and what is the other class name you're going to give over here within this CMDB relationship. In this wise, you have to create the relationship within the service now. Okay.
Okay,
In the
thank you.
upcoming classes, we can see how to create this relationship and how effectively it will runs into the service now. We have seen only the basic part of CMDB. The rest of the topics like how to connect to this and that, and how what are the different type of common connectivity we have, why, what are this each and every one, why we are going and why we are using it. All these things we will be seeing in the upcoming classes. So the thing is, we are going to see about CI class manager today. So CI class manager is the place where you're going to define the attributes, relationship, and most of the part of the CIs. So here it is the CI class manager to create the CI classes, to update the identification and reconciliation rules, to display CI relationship, and to configure the CMDB health settings. So now we just going to click on the hierarchy. Here you can see mostly all tables in the CMDB CI. For example, if I go to Windows, in the sense I could see all my Windows server over here. And if I go on Linux, in the sense it will be showing me the Linux. But you can see the Linux server classification over here as from CMDB. It just has a child called hardware. From there, it is derived as computer server. Under server, we are having the Linux server. For example, if you want to create a CA class and identification rules and reconciliation rules for this particular Linux server, you have to come and search for the server. Click on that. So once you did over here, you could see the basic info of the Linux server. It is showing you as display name and the table name of that, and also the icon. You can select and choose the icon as of you like from this icons. Okay. From this icon, you can choose and select the icons as you like. And then once you're done on that part, you could have saved this record. And the next one is the important one. Another important one is the attributes. In the attributes, you can find all, derived attributes, and added attributes. So derived attributes is, you know that every CI's parent is the CMDB CI. So what are the fields that is coming from the CMDB CI table? Those fields will be over here. Around 110 CIs are coming from the parent table of CMDB CI. You could see attribute, assign to list, many kind of CIs, CI, CMDB CI fields. Attributes are nothing but the fields we have in the CMDB CI. Added, in the sense, what are the extra customizable field you added with this particular table? That is actually so called added. Over here, we do have around 110 fields, and here in the added one, we have only one field as kernel release. And here in the on the total, if you see, it is 111. Okay, so it is showing you the how many fields you have added and how many attributes you are having over here. For each an attribute, it has a different type of functionality. All these things you can check it out. The next one is the identification rules. The identification rules is the helps you to find what needs to be identified over here, where what type of things you are going to identify over here, and all the related entries are over here. So identification and reconciliation are the two main important topics in the CMDB CI. For example, take an example. You are running the discovery. Now, each and every running of the discovery, the session probe will be throwing the open port, whether it is a Windows machine or Linux machine. But still, in the Windows and Linux machine, we do have multiple things, correct? That is a Windows OS, Windows, many thing we have, correct? So let me show you that. Here, if you go and see, you do have the class called computer, but still you try to find out the Windows, any type of Windows class. I just call the Windows alone. Just give me 1 minute. Can you find how many things we have? We have Windows cluster, we have Windows cluster node, we have, and Windows OS we have. So these are the three different Windows table we have. Even though we find it as a Windows machine or Windows thing, we need to find it what version of Windows this one, whether it is 2018, 2019 version, like that. So this identification rules help you to find what type of device it is. So this will be helping you to find out what type of things you're going to do with this one. Okay, like for example, the first one is you're going to see about the serial number and serial number type, and the next one you're going to type about the hardware and the serial numbers over here. So you do have multiple identifiers for this one. Let us see these things in the identifier table of ServiceNow. Under identification and reconciliation, you can find the CI identifiers. In the CI identifiers, our table name is CMDB underscore CI underscore Linux underscore server. Wait, let me check the table name correctly. Basic info is, let's talk about Linux. Okay, server, CI identifiers. Each and every section has a different identifiers running on it. We could see multiple things over here. 1 minute, let me move to the next my another personal developer instance. Can you all now view my another screen? Here you could have seen this discovery identification and the configuration identification, CI identifiers and the identifiers. Let me go and check over here. So these are the identifiers where we're going to create our identification rules, that how the class is going to find the identification of each and every devices. We are going to find it out in the ServiceNow, so this particular discovery. So this is the rules where it is going to tell us how we are going to identify each and every thing in the ServiceNow. So this is like an CMDB CI identification identifiers where we are going to find each and everything. If you don't find the particular identifiers, you can create the new one as you like. For example, let me create a new one here. You can create a dependent and independent identification rules. For example, I tell you, you are running a discovery and you are finding one of the mission as Windows mission. Along with the in Windows machine, you have a routers also over there. So in that case, you will be finding the router along with the computer. Okay, then you have to find the machine that is connected along with the that particular Windows machine also. Now, if you're doing the discovery in your house itself, for example, for your exploration, you have connected one Wi-Fi with your system, or you connected some of the LAN cable with your system. So what it will happen, if you're connecting some other network adapter or network switches within your system, in the sense, it won't find only that laptop. It will help you to find other dependent devices that are attached with your system. Now I'm going to create a new identifier for the Linux machine. Let me go and create a CMDB CI underscore Linux server. Okay, whether I can choose whether it can be dependent or independent. Dependent in the sense, this can be only find in a dependent way. If we give independent in the sense, we have, it can be a independent source for some other machine also. Once you find any device, along with that you can find this device also. That is the main key over here. So if I give independent, this will be working as a independent identifier. I'm going to create a Linux identifier entries over here as clicking on new. So what are the criterion attributes that I'm going to select over here? For example, I need to first of all find the serial number of this one. For example, I'm telling you, this is the attribute that has to be matched. So what are the things you need to find out from this one? You can move those things as an identifier to the next phase, and you can close and set the priority.
Explain why this is.
Why this is?
Yeah. So we are adding this identifier for. I mean, what purpose?
Okay, so usually we run discovery room. On that part, only these are the three things that get matched in the sense. For example, now discovery runs and it finds that that is the Linux server. Now it has to find whether the founded device has been already present in the CA table. Else we need to create a new entry. Correct?
Okay.
So what happened? This identifier rules helps the discovery whether if first it will go and match these three attributes in the table: serial number, OS, and version. If it is found whether there is a match with the serial number, OS, and OS version has been already found in the CMDB table, then it will update the record if there is new thing up get things. If it is not presented with this three value, it finds that is the new CI coming from that network. In the sense, it will create a new CI in the table.
More of a unique identifier. Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of you can say in the transform map you are using the collies and all, correct, for the transform map things and all. So once it if you give the sys or any kind of serial number as a police, so it will check whether there is a serial number already present. If it is present, it will update the record, else it will create a new record. On the same way, so discovery has something called identifiers in it, which helps to identify the new device or it will update the existing device in the system. Okay, so this is what the identifiers do for us. Okay, if you have any kind of related entries, for example, you know about CMDB serial number, correct? So CMDB serial number has to be give his record one of the, whether if you want to place any of the CMDB into the system, first it has to put the record in this particular table. In this particular table, it will put the record, then it will be mapped it out with you. So these are the few things that it has to match with. And these are the few items it is showing that some of the IP ranges has been run in the system, and it is shown that these are the serial numbers has been over here. For example, take an example. I'm taking an example. Let me go and check on that part 1 minute. Check on that part as CMDB underscore sorry CI dot list. Let me have an IP address over here. Okay, 119. It is already there. 7429225. 74. Okay. Let's take this IP address. Okay. And I'm going to run the discovery now. So let me go and run the discovery for this particular one. Discovery schedules. I should not go over here. Where is it? Discovery schedules. I have to come, click on new, quick discovery, give that IP target address as that particular IP address. Now I'm going to run this one. Okay. Now, whenever I run this particular one, it is going to discover this configuration item. But now, if you can see, already we are having this particular IP address in the system, and it has founded how many items? One is Linux server and another one is the DNS name. Next is the network adapter, IP address and router interface. Within this IP address, it has found 5 things in the network. But the main one it founded as this is the Linux server. But how this will find that this is the Linux server? If it is already have a particular entry, it should not give me a duplicate entry, correct? Now, if I go and refresh this discovery in the sense, it has started and completed with 3 things. What it has been saying, first let us check the ECC queue and this one. Can you see the ECC queue over here? First, it launches the session probe. In the session probes, everything, WMI, Windows, Linux, everything, SNNP, everything has been launched. In that, Unix has been classified and particular Unix pattern launcher has been launched over here. Now if I come and see this serial number, can you see there is no serial number over here? And it is also doesn't have any kind of serial number over here. If the device has a serial number in the sense, first it will put the entry over here and it will connect the relationship with that CMDB. Then only this will get appears over here. So this is the table where it comes and find the unique identifiers. The whatever identifiers, if we run across the CMDB, sorry, if we run across the serial number, this will come and check it over here only. Okay. People, can you able to follow me, or it is you're finding any kind of difficulty?
Ma'am, I have one question.
Yeah.
Like you have mentioned like the identifier as a serial number and some more things in that. Okay.
Yeah.
So like we are not able to get all those things like serial numbers and all. So like it will not able to update that particular CI. It will create a new CI, right?
Yes.
So so how can I bring that CI if CI is being not coming through that? I don't
No,
want to create new CI, ma'am. Like I want to update the similar one.
So you have to write 2 to 3 identifier rules for that. Okay, if this is not getting matched, please check this one. If this is not getting matched, please check this one. If the three things get failed, then the classification itself gets stopped. Okay, let me show you that. We are checking out for the Linux server, correct? For the identification rules, if I go and put over here, I could see the new rule what I have given over there, correct? But now still I can add multiple rules over here. Okay, priority as 150. Now I can choose my asset tag, correlation ID should get matched, then it can take the identifier. This will be the next one. Like this, I can give 2 to 3 identifiers. Each and every identifiers will check for this and this, that role, this and that role, this and that role. So if we find any kind of some of the topmost priority, then it will allow the CI to get inserted into the system, or it will get updated the system. Okay, that is the thing what we are going to see in the identifier entries. And this is one of the process, and the related entries we have already seen. If I give on the add-on like this, okay, some of the related tables I can call, like I would have say that whenever the Linux thing has been get into the system, you could see the network adapter is also getting find out, correct? In that case, I can create a relationship within these CIs, related entries. I can create the related entries with the network adapters, IPs, or whatever it is. So once I create the relationship, whenever the Linux get runs, it will go and check for that relationship is also available in the system. Okay. Okay, Mac manufacturer. Whenever this thing get runs, it will go and check whether this relationship is also available. To find the relationship, these are the Collies field, or I can say these are the unique identifiers I'm going to have for that particular relationship. Okay, guys, are you all following me? Can you, is it understandable?
Yeah, yeah. Ma'am, where generally use this related entities? Like, can you give an example, a basic core example?
Basic example is like, as I told you earlier, think about the mostly we do have multiple hardwares connected to the system. Take a laptop. That laptop is connected to the printer. Now, whenever you discover the particular machine, I mean that particular laptop, every time the dependent things, dependent devices has also to be discovered, correct? We are not going to send a separate probe to discover particular one, which is connected to one another device. In that case, if you write this kind of related entries or related identification, that thing will also identify that particular one also. Okay.
Okay.
Are you getting my point?
Yeah, I'm getting your point. Okay.
So that is the related entry.
Or anything that is related to that particular device will also get
Discovered.
discovered.
Usually, if you see go for this pattern in the sense, no, I can show you that to you. Okay. Just take this and Linux server pattern itself. Okay. Discovery patterns. Okay. Let us check the Linux server itself, because it is giving us these things. No, whenever this it finds this particular Linux server along with this same IP address, it is giving us DNS name, network adapter, IP address and router interface. 4 other classes to us, correct? But it is finding only the open port as Linux server only. Can you see over here? It is finding only the open port as Unix machine only, Linux only. But still it could find all these 4 things extra, correct? But how it is doing in the sense use of this pattern only. Let me show you that. Okay. Okay, let me show you that to you. This is the, okay, whatever pattern as a identification section over here. Whenever this pattern runs, it will find other discovery identification also over here. So whatever identification we are giving as a drag and drop pattern over here, that will be over here as a scripted one. Okay. Okay, guys. So let me go and check what it is coming from the pattern. So this is the one. Patterns I will be explaining you, but I'm going to show you how this configuration item single IP giving you these many classes. Fine. So here if you see over here, the configuration name is self having some differences, but IP address is same. Now there can be an issue, the people can come and say, hey, see, there are duplicate IPs having different names. Could you please go and find? But this is not at all an issue. Okay, under this particular IP address, these many things has been related to this particular Linux server. Here if you see, these are the libraries, predefined libraries we have over here. Here can you see it is finding the DNS name. It is getting the DNS name if the IP address is not empty. Here can you see it is getting the DNS name from the management IP. Management IP in the sense IP that is coming from the host network. IP that is coming from the our client's network. So set the DNS name to the name for the Linux server. DNS name is not empty. In the DNS name, we are setting the name, the value of this particular one as a name to over here. So you can see the DNS name is up to IP 198.51.118.74 is the name of the particular Linux server itself. You are setting this in the pattern. Guys, you can understand this one, correct? This is the field name. This is the value of the name. Okay. What are the other things we have? We have network adapter that has been finded over here. So these are the network adapter functions. If you discover the any kind of network adapter as MAC address or IP address, those things will also be put in this ARP table. ARP table is nothing but the network adapter table. Okay. The next one you can find what are the other things it is configuring. we have seen DNS, network, and IP address. IP address is also a separate table in the organization. Okay, this IP address we will also be updating over here. If we have CPU information, that information will also be storage information. Storage information is also over here. And if there is any cloud has been attached to it, that cloud will also be discovered along with this Linux one. You can see this identity, correct? Linux identity. Let me show you this first version name, operational status, everything it is setting up. Identity, it is finding the hardware informations of it. So all these things, if you see over here, update the serial number over here. Whatever things that is coming from the outer system, it is updating in this target table. In the same way, it will update the IP address of the machine also in the particular table. Separate IPs that are transferred from IPv4, everything will be set up from this pattern only. Okay, now you know, right, with the single IP address how we are finding all these extra dependent devices or related devices. So I will be helping you from the next class how you have to write the script and how you have to find all these things. Still we doesn't completed CMDB. We are just starting off the identification rules alone. Still reconciliation is there. Still there is the dependencies. How to create the dependencies within these two things to find which helpful for the pattern to find it, which in order to help the service mapping to be done in the system. All these things we will be seeing in this particular session.
CI, class, manager. It's a place where you're going to add this identification and reconciliation, all of the steps. Yesterday we were seeing about the Linux server. This is the Linux server in it. So basically we will be seeing the Linux server with the table name over here, and which is the basic one, and the attributes or the table fields what we are having in the particular table, and especially we were talking about this identification rules. Okay, so when we talk about the identification rules, usually the system identified with the particular value with the help of this identification. Once we are running the discovery, it used to find the open port, and open port, if it find Linux in the sense, then it will find the Linux version also, which is going to put that in the proper table of that particular Linux version. Okay, and also let us go for the identifiers now. We have given for the Linux server, these are the three attributes that has to be matched. So like we used to write the transfer map with the police field, correct? If we have these three fields as police field in the sense, it will be like for example I would say only if three things are there, and if the three things has been matching with any one of the CI in the system, then it will update the source, and it will not what is it like it will not create a new one if it already find the same match in the system. Okay, guys are trying to understand these things. Now we are going to do about the reconciliation part.
Right. These are predefined attributes, right? I mean, for Linux or this stuff, or
Yeah,
we are
yeah.
going to
We do
do
have the
any
hardware
manual.
rules usually. Okay. So we
Mhm.
usually have the hardware rules over here, not the predefined ones. In the sense, predefined ones and the out of the box is the hardware one. Okay. If I go to the Windows server, you can see that clearly. You could see here we can see configuration item, hardware, computer, server, and the Windows server. And if you go and look at over here, it is showing the hardware rule and applies to the hardware and identifiers for the hardware only. Now
Okay.
this all these coming from this particular hardware table only, not directly written in this table. Okay. So what happened?
So,
The parent.
question is like, how it fetch, like through only basic info, it will be fetching these all details, or I mean, what would be the source to fetch those details?
Let me go through the hardware rules first and I can explain you that.
Sure.
We're having the hardware rules now. Now, go and see inside of the hardware rules. Can you see the priority over here? The first priority is the correlation ID. Now, whenever we run the discovery, it will come and check whether we will be getting one of the correlation ID from there, correct? And it will try to match the correlation ID in the hardware, sorry, in the particular this hardware table. And if it already find that correlation ID in a sense, it will update it. It won't create a new ID. But if it tries to find a new ID in a sense, then it will be it will be creating the new one. Next, if it doesn't going to be get works, then if it is has a second check in the sense, it will go and check for the serial number of the one. Within this itself, it is not going to be insert or updated. Next level, it will come and check for the serial number and serial number type, whether it is having in any one of the configuration item, whether it is mapping out over there. And then it is going to check with this table whether we are having the serial number within this table, and next one is the name that is going to map out from there. And if there is any dependent MAC address over there, those things will be get blocked. Like this, step by step, these identifiers will be getting checked, and then only it will get insert the particular one.
Okay.
Okay. For that, if you go and see the discovery logs, okay, here one of the discovery gets started, and it has been started and one thing has been ended over here. Just check these two things to get a real. Mm, Let us go into this Windows and Linux machine. Then what I have created this one. So now if I try to go with only with this IP address, then let's see how it actually works. These are the
So, are we
logs.
Are we trying to discover something in the network with
Yeah,
IP now?
yeah, yes. Now I have run this IP, and this is my results are coming. Okay. Now you can see this identifiers over here. Correct. It tries to
No.
map the identifier over here.
Uh, I mean, I was like little confusion here. Where to trigger discover option?
Okay. See, let me for discovery trigger you have to have the IP address. Let me run the discovery for this IP address. Okay. For that, I have to come over here, click on discovery schedules, click on
Okay.
quick discovery, put that IP
Okay.
address over here, and click on OK. This will
Okay.
start that. This will trigger the
One second.
discovery.
1 second. Let us note down this part. Discovery schedule.
Quick discovery. You have to give the IP address. Once you press that and click on the IP, it will trigger the IP. So now it started the discovery, and in the ECC queue, if you go and see, it has started and it has launched all the probes to see what type of machine it is. And in the classification, it is finding the open port is finding as that is a Windows machine. Now it is giving this classification with the credentials to validate that particular Windows machine. Let me refresh this one. And it is completed, started and completed with the 6 steps. If I go for this discovery logs,
Okay.
discovery
If you don't
started.
mind, can I ask one more question?
Hmm?
So, if we have a complete network needs to be get discovered, will it
Hmm?
be possible, or we need to come by one? If we
No, no.
onboard a new account,
Hmm?
so where we need to find what are the devices, I mean, what are the nodes existing on the environment. So, is there any chance that with the subdomain or the domain, can we discover everything?
Yes, you can. I can show you the way how you have to do that. Okay. Go for the
Sure.
discovery schedules. Okay. Discovery schedules. You have to create the new one over here. Okay. While going to this topic, I will definitely show you. But still, as a question, I'm going to answer this one. Okay. Here, can you see? This is how you have to mention the discovery. Here you can see the discovery range set and IP address ranges set. Here I have to define my quick ranges as a set of see up to this IP address, or somehow different IP address. I can mark it as a comma specified one, or I can do the discovery range set from this IP address to that IP address. I can give multiple IP address over here to find between that ranges. Okay. Okay with this one. Are
Apologies,
you,
talking in mute. Okay, that's good. We are able to understand SNMP version 1 and SNMP version 2, where it can fetch devices details also. But generally, while we are using SNMP 2, I think we have to use some credentials as well, right?
yes.
So
See, now
where
we doesn't go to that part at all. We are just going to doing with the identification and the reconciliation engine of CMDB.
okay,
These
okay,
things I will be coming later. Okay.
no worries.
Yeah. So now I'm going to tell you how this identifiers works in a system. Let me open all these three things. This is the rule number 1, and this has been searching for the some of the things as a identifier rule number 1, but it skipped this identity entry. And now it is going to check the identity true with the hardware table, and this is also gets skipped because it cannot find, I mean, it is not correlating any kind of correlation ID in the hardware table also. Now it is trying with the rule number 3 in the serial number table. Now it has been passed. Identifier has been identified all these things, and it is showing as match over here. We get a match in the serial number and serial number type match. Okay, it won't get stopped within the first IP and the second IP. It will come to three rules to get clarified, and then only it will fetch the CA data into the system. Okay, or you're trying to understand this one?
Yes, yes, a little bit we're able to understand, but anything else we'll let you know.
Sure.
So
And this is how
every transaction will be captured in log, right?
yeah, discovery logs.
Mhm.
Here in the discovery logs, it will get captured.
Okay.
And this is how it will launch the pattern over here. From the pattern, it will take all the answers.
Okay, is it discovery pattern?
Yeah, discovery patterns.
So will it be able to make us, I mean, can you give me a small
This is
brief on
identified
discovery?
by the classifiers. Okay, this will be
Okay.
identified by the classifiers, not by this identification rule. We do have something called port probe sensors, trigger probes, and classifiers into a system, which helps to identify this particular pattern in the discovery patterns.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now we are going to talk about the reconciliation engine. So once the CI is already there, but now how to identify the same CI without any duplication or without any too much of overload, I mean overwriting the item again and again. Okay.
Yes.
Okay guys, are trying to following me.
Yes.
Guys, this
Yes,
is
we
the
are in. We are
critical
in.
one. You have to understand it, else it is very difficult to be moving forward. The next one is the reconciliation engine. In the reconciliation engine, take an example. Okay, let me show that page also to you. Okay, take an example. We are having discovery. Okay, data source is also coming up, and we are going to import, do the import set for the CMDB CI table now. Okay, now now for the particular Windows machine, okay, for the CI itself, we can take it up. The device we configured as Windows Server. This is the one. the CI we discovered is this particular CI. Now, if you go into that particular CI, you can find the RAM, OS, everything you are finding out. CPU speed, memory, chase, disk space. Taken disk space as 30 now. Now what happened? This is the information that is given by when you're running the discovery, correct? But when you run the import set, in the import set Excel, you are having this disk space as 80 now. Now, when that import set has been run, this will be changed to 80. Am I correct? Am I correct, guys? If I try to import any kind of import into the CMDB table, then it will be giving then it will changing the value to the 80 now. Now, when I try to run any kind of data source like SCCM or any other thing, it has the value of 100 now. Then again, it will be changing to the 100. But still, we are not clear what is the exact value of that CI. Am I correct?
Yes, understood.
Okay.
Then
For
how it
this,
fetch?
for this confusions, to get rid of this confusion, we are having a data precedence rule in the system. Here, in the data precedence rule, we are going to tell which is the most trusted one in the, if it's the most trusted one, you have to update into the system. Let's go to the reconciliation rule and check it out for the, where we don't have any reconciliation rule. Okay. For example, if you, let me go to this computer and see about the reconciliation. Okay. Here there is many reconciliation rule. Let's take this an example now. Okay. Now I'm writing for this table one of the reconciliation rule over here. Let me go and filter out for this particular table. Now. Let's take the load balancer now, show master. You can see two things from two sources. You're going to get the data for this table. One is ServiceNow and another one is the service watch. If I try to open these two things, here you could see that applies to this table and this is the priority, and here it is showing applies to this and this is the priority. For example, over here, if you have the priority of service watch to be 1000 in the sense, and here you're going to tell what are the fields it can be get changed. Okay, if you want to give any type of approval group or assert a DNS name, whatever fields you give, it will be get captured. Now, what is the meaning for this one in the sense? We are having this one and this one. So now, first this one's the service now discovery will get runs, and it will create a new CI now. Okay, and then next to this service watch will get runs, and this will change only this particular fields in that particular table. What are the new values coming from the next system? Again, if the service now get runs in the sense, it will not update any fields now in the CI table. Why in the sense? Because the priority is most given to the service watch which was run in the last time. Now it cannot update the priority that is lower than that one. Okay. Are you trying to understand this one, guys, or it is difficult for you to understand?
Madam, can we get the table names as a listed from you?
Table names.
Yes, table names like CMDB underscore reconciliation underscore definition, those lists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, I can. See, I have given you one example, no? I just share my another screen and show you how it actually do that job.
Okay.
Can you able to view my screen? Correct. Now I'm going to create a new CI in the Windows server and RAM for that CI is 8 GB. That is the data source that is coming from the LAN disk. Now, if you go and see the priority what I have written over here for this RAM in the sense, it is going to show me the next I am trying to run this particular import set now, and now for the same CI it has the RAM of this one. Then the service now get runs and it update to the 32 GB, and again if the import set run, it is going to update that one as the 12 GB now. Now we are not sure what is the real RAM capacity of this particular Windows Server machine. Okay. Now when I
Okay.
write data precedent rules and telling the system, hey, see, for the Windows Server table, ServiceNow has the highest priority. Whichever order is very less, that is the highest priority. And import set has lower priority compared to ServiceNow and higher priority compared to Landisk, and Landisk is the very least priority over here. Now I again try to do the same process now. Now I run the LAN disk. It inserted this new Windows server and update the RAM with 8 GB. Now I try to run the import set. Here, import set has higher priority than the LAN disk. Now what happened? It will update the particular GB as 12 GB now, which is not an issue. Now service now get runs, and which is having the, see, previous time it was import set. Now it come and check whether it is clashing any kind of priority rules over here. Now it finds service now has more priority than the previously run update set. Then it will come and update the RAM as 32 GB, because this is the most trusted sorry, data source that is coming from the host machine. Now it again the import set get runs in system, but this time it will not update the RAM. Why? Because in the sense, comparing to import set, ServiceNow has the highest priority. ServiceNow is the most trustable discovery source for this particular table. This is how you have to write the data precedence, data source precedence rules. Like how I have shown in one of the table, no, you have to give the priority number and other things. Can I able to correlate those things over here? For the same table you have written two things. If whatever priority is low compared to other one, so that has the highest priority to change this particular attributes in the table. After this, you people can understand, right?
A little bit, but a little confusion because we are not practically gone through it. Might be because of that reason.
Okay. Okay, no issues. Now if I go and see this particular CI in the sense, okay, where is that CI? 1 minute. Now take an example of disk space as 30. Now I'm going to write the reconciliation rule for this Windows table. Okay. Let me write the reconciliation rule for that table. For Windows Server, I'm going to write, okay. Reconciliation rule. First one is the data precedence rule. I'm going to write the new source. Source as discovery. Source as ServiceNow. Priority as 100. Attributes is like, let me check with the disk space alone. Next. And if there is any filter, you can apply that filter and save it off. And I am adding another rule. Import set giving the priority as 150. Next attribute is going to be disk space alone. Saving this one. I have two rules as of now. Which is having high priority over here? ServiceNow does, correct? Now let me go to CMDB underscore CI underscore win underscore server dot list 119. This is the one show matching, and I'm in need of the disk space as of now. We get the disk space in the next side. Now let me import this as Excel. Downloading this one. Data source. I'm going to import that update set. Import data source. New.
So we are applying some changes, or we are applying, or we are importing the exporting reports from console,
Yes.
right? So where we
See.
have apply the changes in bulkly instead of individuals,
Yes, it will be bulk.
we can do, right?
Yeah, yeah. For example, only I'm doing the same one. I'm going to change that Excel value and then I'm going to show you the result. But it can be a bulk. No issues on that.
Okay.
In that Excel, I have changed the space as 50. Okay. Now I'm trying to importing that particular one. It is get imported. Let us see the loaded data also, and we can create the transform map for this. So the loaded data is right. Can you see the disk space over here, guys? What I have given as 50. Okay, going to do the transform map. Disk CMDB target table Windows server. I'm going to save this record. Auto map matching fields I'm going to do. Police serial number alone I'm doing. Okay, true. That's it. Okay. Now let me run this transform. Okay. It is success and it is completed. Now what happened over here? It is changing to what? It is changed to the disk space now, correct? One minute, let me get the activity over here. Okay. Excuse me. Let me go and check this data precedence rule once again. Okay. Again, let me go and trigger the discovery. Discovery schedules. IP address. Big discovery. IP address. Okay. It started running the discovery.
And also, just want to know,
Hmm.
so if it is discovering for one network, it has to
Okay.
be addressed with, I mean, a specific route, right? See, now we are in the same network, so we are able to discover the CI, I mean, with the IP
Hmm.
address. Okay.
Okay.
But if some cases, if we have multiple IPs with the same IP address, but the account name will be different.
Yes.
So in that case, how it will be like, with what specific we will be discovering?
It is
It can
coming
be
from the
having.
cloud actually.
I didn't get you. Apologies, madam.
You come again with your question.
See, now we are having only one IP, so we are giving 192.51.40.119 as an IP address, and we are discovering.
Okay.
Okay, but what I'm asking is like, now I have two components in two networks with the same IP. Okay, one
Two
is
components
XYZ.
to look at.
There are two networks now, like two customers. One is XYZ customer and another one is ABC customer. The both the customers are under C category or grade A IP channels. So when I mean, they can build their own network, and the both customers are reporting to our service now. Now when we initiate a discover with the IP address, initial IP address, the both the customers having that IP address. So how
How
that
the
kind of,
IPv4 can be same for everybody,
it
both the
is it
customers.
is it is in different customers, right?
IPv4.
Yes, it
See, it
can
is
be.
some of the decimal number, correct? But still
Yes,
IPv6 is there, correct?
yes, V6 is there. Okay, we can like, IPs are the channels where we will be having categories, right? A category, B category, C category. Based on the range, we will be adding. If I connected to the my home network, I will be having basic address like 192.168.1.1 or 2 or 3 4. If you check your IP address in your home network, you will be also having the same network, same IP address, but we are in different networks.
Yeah.
So when we both try to add our devices to the CMDB list with the same IP address,
Hmm.
how that kind of scenarios the service now handle?
That is why we have MAC address, correct?
Yes.
Usually, ServiceNow doesn't have the IP address as identifiers. It will have
Hmm.
serial number as an identifier. Okay.
Okay.
So it won't
Okay.
discover, I mean, within that IP address still it is. It will go and search within that whole network. It won't go and search and give that CI, because IP is just an address only for that. If it has two IP address in the same one, two things will get discovered.
Along with the IP, MAC as will be get discovered, right?
Yeah.
So will
Usually
the
you
two
can have 3 to 4 IP address also. For example, see, excuse me. IP is not the identifier for any of the identification. Okay.
okay.
How many are over here now? With the same IP address, how many things it has been found now?
Yes.
All are different classes. Can you see it?
Yes.
So IP address is address which is going to have in the network as any kind of device machine. So all the dependencies will also be get caught into this IP address.
Okay. Now I'm able to
Okay.
get this thing. Now I'm able to get.
IP is not an identifier. It can have multiple things. Only identifier is the serial number which cannot be duplicated. If you have a same IP address but still this different serial number, then it is understandable that these are two different machines with the same IP address. That's it.
Now I'm able to get it. Like so, preferably it will calculate some other serial numbers as well, right? The serial number is
Yeah.
nothing but MAC address, right?
No. Serial number is different. MAC address is different.
Okay. Okay. So how we are connecting to the customer network? Do we have any mediator between customer network and our network, our service now?
It's only mid server alone. Nothing more than that.
MID.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we going to look at mid as well? Mid server as well?
Definitely without mid server, how can I go for night?
No, we are covering here, right? I don't.
Yes. They're
Thank you.
going to cover. Yeah.
So mid server has to be installed on the client network.
Yeah, then only you can discover the network, all the things in their network. Without
Okay.
mid server, you cannot
Okay.
run anything actually.
So from the mid server, how we are reaching us? I mean, how we are connecting through any particular tunnel or
Okay, I will tell
through?
you. This is your instance. You installed the mid server in one of the host machine in their client's network. Now
Okay.
what happened? You will be having few properties in the mid server where you have to give this instance address, username and password. Always when there is a discovery, it will put the
Mhm.
CI within this ServiceNow instance. That is how we map the instance along with the mid server.
Okay. Got it. I got it now. So while we are while we are configuring, will it require any credentials or just webhook is good enough?
We need credentials. Definitely we need credentials.
Okay. So through APIs, they are pushing it, right? The information from it.
Yes.
So I think my question might be wrong. See, the generally we there are two types of couplings, right? Tightly coupled and loosely coupled, where it has to be with the cabled connection and somewhere where we can transfer data with the APIs. In here, in this case, a mid server is communicating with our service now through APIs or through tightly coupled, like from particular port to the network.
Yeah.
So which one it is using?
Come again with your question once more.
There are two types of connectivities, right? From node to node. It could be mid to our service node or service node to mid. One is tightly coupled and one is loosely coupled. The tightly coupled is like it has to be a proper connectivity, a wired connectivity between them, and it has to
There
be
is
with
no something called tightly coupled or loosely coupled. Okay, fine. So everything over here is just an connectivity
APIs.
as an APIs only, but still it is, we cannot say it is API. Okay, it is a Java thread that is running in the host machine. We need to
Okay.
have a host connectivity over here. That's it. Okay. For any one of the instance, we are going to give the mid server configuration, IP configuration over there. So what happened that mid server will directly connect it to this instance, to the instance CMDB CI. We have that one minute. Let me show you that. You can view my screen right now. Go to the mid server agent. Okay. Can you see the config file over here? Configuration file and all over here. Start file over here, correct? This is where you will be configuring your data. Configure file. All these are JVM license on override files. Coming to the agent, you have to come over here to the configuration file. Click on it. Can you see a window? Here where you will be giving your instance URL, username, password, and the mid
Yes.
server name what you have connected within that machine. This config file will be going into the some kind of encrypted data into the system as a thread
One
match in my
second.
system. As a Java API, as a HTML, it will connect over there.
Okay, now I understood. It is connected with the loose thing, like where the data will be transmitted from mid to our ServiceNow instance through APIs. I mean, through
Yes.
JSON format, encrypted format. Now I
Yeah.
understood.
Okay, guys, let's meet on Monday, same time. Okay. So we are going to see about the reconciliation. So reconciliation in the sense whether if the record wants to get updated. So we know about transform apps in the service now, correct? So usually what we used to do, we used to select a police field. So once it already find the same police field, in the sense it is going to update the same record. Else if it doesn't find any kind of primary common fields with the same value, then it is going to create a new record. In the same way here also, the reconciliation engine rules will be running that. So once it will go and find whether we are having a same serial number or not. So once it finds the same serial number, it will update the record. Else it will create the new one. So here data refresh rule in a sense. Okay. So whenever the CI turns stale for a discovery source and allowing the CI to be updated by the lower priority authorized discovery source. For example, stale in the sense we are not using that particular CI for the very long time, or we are not the CI has not been used for the many long time. In the sense we can write a data refresh rule for any one of the discovery source. It can update or it can respond to the particular data refresh rule. For example, take an example. We are having a particular Windows machine and we are having a CI in our system, but that particular computer is not has been used for a very long time. Now we need to write a data refresh rule like for every 2 months, 3 months, 1 month. So any of the discovery source has to go and find out whether this particular CI is working or not. To make the CI turn stale from the discovery source, so we are just need to write the data refresh rules. Okay, for example, if I show you over here, so which discovery source I need to give, like cloud or even management, whatever it is, imports it. So I give service now over here in a sense. Effective durations, like how many days, for example, if I give 30 days and save in a sense. This refresh rules will be running in the system to see whether all the Linux server is working or not. Okay. The next one is the suggested relationship. So how we are going to see the relationship between the, so this is the Linux server what are the top relation it has and what are the lower relation it has. We go and see only the outbound or sorry, let's see the inbound alone. You can see over here it is showing only the upper level inbound alone. For example, it can be an ESX server that can be connected to the Linux server. It can be an any kind of circuit or server computer. So all these are the onward server that is connecting to the Linux one. If I go and click on outbound and if I filter the inbound in the sense, it is showing what are the other dependencies and suggestion relationship we have with the other Linux. For example, if you see over the Linux server, it is showing the owns and owns by relationship over here. Here it is virtualized relationship. It is contains and contains by relationship. Like the depends on depends by relationship, it is showing up. So if you have seen our owns and owns by, it is showing the DNS name, network adapter. These are the few things that the relationship that the Linux server has with the other CIs within the same host. Guys, can you able to understand this? Okay. So now you can see the CI list. Before going into this particular one, can any one of you just go through can any one of you open the CI class manager and try to do with the some of the basic stuff and configuration? Can we do a practical session now? What happened to everyone? Everybody was so silent. May I know the reason behind it?
Okay, ma'am, I am opening my personal development.
Sorry?
I am opening my first PDF.
Okay. Who's that is? Okay, Anusha. Okay. Nikita, what about you?
I am using Sunday version.
Okay. So you have to try it out this CI class manager. Basic info. Try to add attribute and see, and try to add identification rules also. Now I'm trying to go and run a discovery source on behalf of the Linux IP address. Okay. I'm going to the discovery. I already have a Linux IP address with myself, so I'm going to run the Linux IP address for that. So now I'm going to run a discovery from the same. Let me take the IP address of that one. So my IP address is 198.51. This is my IP address. So let me go to the discovery schedules. Go to the quick discovery. It has to be dot. Now I'm going to run this discovery. So the discovery starts running in the system and it is going to identify what type of CI we are going to have now. So now if we come and see over here in the ECC queue, now what happened? The session probe. We do have 4 phases in the discovery, right? One is the so one is like scanning, classification, identification, and exploration. In a scanning session, the session probe used to launch all these probes. WMI is Windows, SNNP is SNNP, SSH is the Linux, so HTTP, WINS, DNS, every other ports it used to launch in the session probe. Okay. Once over here, it is classifying this one as a Unix mission.
Unix classifier it is showing to us. So this is where the identification section takes place, whether we are giving some of the identification rules to run in a system, correct? Like whether the serial number is matching, or whether the serial type, number type, or the some other name, value, whatever it is. So here it is helping us to find the what type of machine or what type of device we are scanning in the third party. Guys, this is where it will be finding whether it is an Unix machine or Linux machine or Windows machine in the system. Okay, Unix, Linux or Windows. Okay, guys, did you all understand from the CMDB CI, guys? Why we are going for this identification and reconciliation engine?
You'll have to identify to which one it has to go, correct? So based on this, it will be going to that correct record.
Whether it is a Windows machine or Linux machine, everything we need to classify. So that is where we are
Yes.
going for this. And another important thing is the classifiers we have. We know that is a Windows machine, correct? But still
Yes.
we doesn't know what version of Windows it is. Whether it is Windows 2012, Windows 2010, Windows 2016. So this is the discovery of the classification of the Windows. Even though it is from the same table called Windows Server table, still we want to know what version of Windows it is. So once the classification phase is done, this is where the identification go and check what type of Windows Server machine it is. So in this table only, it will come and search whether how it is for example, take an Windows 12 2012 server. So to find whether the machine is the Windows 2012, it will come and search whether it is the name contains 2012, whether the full OS name contains the server. If this three condition gets matched in the sense, then the discovery will tell you, hey, this is Windows 2012 server. Whatever the host machine has been identified, that is an Windows machine, and the version of the Windows machine is the Windows 2012 server.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
The same way we do have the same way for everything, like all CMI for Unix machine. If we need to find for the Unix machine, if we need to find in a sense, you can come over here and you can find the see it is showing the HP UX and AX, ESX, Linux machine, Mac OS, Solaris. So like that, it is giving us what type of Unix machine it is. So we have run one discovery, right?
Yes.
We have run one discovery, right? In the discovery, you can find few of the details of the discovery. This is the status of the discovery and how this. So once it is launching this one, correct? In the input, you could see few of the things how it is being classified as the Linux and Unix machine. Here in the payload, if you come down, you could see few of the information that has been already comes from the system. Okay, can you see over here? There are some parameters that is passing, and it is saying the classification probe value is this one, the credential ID is this one, and the result ID is this one. So this is the classification probe what I was talking about. 10.e something it is showing, correct? This is what the
Yes.
classification probe that I am talking about. So if you see the classification in the sense, now if you have, for example, it finds an Linux machine also, correct? But we do have a classification criteria over here. And the okay, I will tell you about the classification criteria now. So once it want to find the particular device is an Linux machine or Unix machine in the sense, there is a classifier that runs into a system to find this particular value. Okay.
Okay.
If you see this Unix in the sense, how this Unix finding this as a Linux machine or Mac OS, all these things will be comes from the discovery only. Okay?
Okay.
So like then discovery classify windows, we do have a separate table for the Linux X discovery classify Unix. With this only it will be finding the relevant records of the classifiers. Once we find that the machine is the Linux machine in the sense, then all these trigger probes will also be get embedded into system one by one if it finds to explore something. Here the next level it is going to launch this particular probe, which is the this particular pattern, which is the Linux server. In the discovery itself you can find that name as Linux server. Can you see over here? Once it able to find the particular Linux machine, the next triggers, what are the next triggers it is finding over there? Those triggers will be launched within this server. Okay. Okay, guys. Can you able to understand these things? Anyway, I will be explaining about this Unix classifier and everything in detail. Here it is telling, see, parameter name, use class, and the value is discovery class Unix. Here it is finding that is an Unix machine, and it is finding the value of the privilege command that is coming from the Unix machine, and the probe parameter number is 10e something, and the port to probe value is 97 this one. So all these are the separate tables where we have that value in it. Okay.
Priscilla, if I may interrupt you for one moment.
Yeah.
Actually, I understood the classifiers. Based on the classifier, you're rerouting your discovery records to be inserted into that particular Windows or Unix based on their versions. But what is the
Yeah.
purpose of a probe? What is it doing?
Probes are the like in command that is sent from here to Smith server. Okay. And it will go and do some research, and the sensors are the one which used to get the output and send it as an input to the ServiceNow instance. Okay. So this is what happening over here to find this things. So here in the CMDB CI, once it finds as a Linux machine in the sense, we do have few of the identification, correct? Yesterday, the previous session we have seen serial number and all the identification. So it will go and check whether the serial number that is coming from the system. Okay. For example, this is the input from the value, correct? The pattern. Here, if you see, it comes with an error. If you see, it will be matching from here and there. Okay. How? In the sense, it will go and check for the all the values that are getting matched with the system. The pattern and the value is the Linux server. This is the identification probe. But here what happened? It is getting failed. You see, identification section in pattern fails. And it is saying relation or reference table CMDB serial number is not known the CI type. Check the discovery logs for more detail. There is an error has been thrown over here. Now I want to go and check the discovery logs. Failing to explore the CI. Can you see? Let me check what is the error we are having over here. Failed exploring CI pattern, and it is saying that some of the message has been comes over here. There is a failure over here. For that failure, first I want to go and check the credentials of this one. Okay. Discovery credentials. Unix server credentials I need to go and check. Test credentials. credential is validated, so there is no issue with the credentials. The next thing is pattern is not launching as we expect. That is the issue over here. So next thing we need to check what is the issue with the pattern that we are launching over here. What is the issue it is having? Okay. Up to this, any doubts for everyone? Anyone?
It's clear
Hello,
for me.
ma'am.
Yes.
Can you elaborate about the Shajam? What is the Shajam?
Session Pro. Okay. Session is the okay. Now we are jumping from slowly. We are jumping from CMDB to this. Okay. Session is the probe. Okay. Think an example. First of all, you need to know how the discovery sits in the third party system. Correct. Then only you can understand about the session probe. Let me share my another screen. Can you able to view my screen?
Yes.
So usually what happens is then we used to install the mid server in the client location. Okay. So whatever happens, one of the device we will be launching the mid server, and that mid server will be connected to the one of the instance. Okay, it can be a client's instance also. So whatever we want from the client's network, we used to run that. We used to run that discovery, and we used to get the value for the particular devices through the mid server. So how it will be in the sense, for example, this is the enterprise firewall. Within that firewall, one of the mission we used to install the mid server. So once we run the discovery, the mid server and go and check with the each and every mission credentials and everything, and it will get back the information of the credential if we have. So once the credential part is done, first of all, we used to populate the credentials in the credential table. Once we validate the credential, if we again run the discovery against any one of this device's IP address, then then this device will be opened by the credentials, and all the information of the system will be goes to the instance and stored in the CMDB. Okay. And it will go and stored in the CMDB. Okay, guys, first try to remember. First, we are having a clients, correct? In the client location, in one of the system, we will be downloading this mid server and we will be installing it. Once we installed it, we used to connect the mid server with the ServiceNow instance. Okay, using the instance name and user ID and password. There is a config file in the mid server. We used to map all those details with the instance. After getting all these done, we will be running the system to get the proper information of each and every devices in the system. Okay. Sorry, I don't understand. What was the question?
I asked about Shajam program.
Huh?
I asked about Shajam program.
Yeah, Session Pro, what it will do in the sense, once we are launching the discovery, it will go and launch all the probes because it doesn't know, right, what type of mission it is, whether it is Linux mission or Windows mission, nothing, it just knows about the system, correct? So what it will do in the sense, it will launch all the probes in the system. It will go and launch all the probes in the system to find what type of probe it is, what type of machine it is. So once it's able to find the machine as a Windows, Linux, or whatever it presents, then it will be, once the classification is done, according to that discovery patterns will be launching into the system. Okay.
How many types of probes are there?
Sorry, how many types of?
Probes are there.
We do have
Types
multiple
of
types of.
probes.
Okay, I can show you that.
Jump. Basically,
Incoming call from a partner. So these are the names of the probes we use to launch a system. It can be Windows, SNMP, SSH, HTTP, WINS, DNS, SLP. These are the probes that is being launched into the. Okay. Up to this, any questions?
where we can check all these details, ma'am. Like
Your voice is too low, Nasha. What is it?
Where can we? Hello.
Where can we? Yes, I can hear you. What is it?
Where can we get all these details, ma'am? Where? How?
You are asking where we are getting all this information.
Yes, ma'am. All this information from where?
Usually in the probes and ports, we do have multiple kind of information that is in the system. Okay, probes and port probes we have. Just give me 1 minute. This is where you will be getting all this information. Okay, whether it is Windows, Linux, generic TCP, conditional, true, false, all these things will be launched within the CIs. Okay, if you give the CIs as being true and showing true, these are the only things that will be launched in the session 1. Okay. Can you see WMI, Windows, VMI, everything are you seeing over here? Discovery port probes. This is where it is. We are just launching the session probe into system. Any doubts in this?
No, nothing, ma'am. But Linux and Unix are two different types of things in CMDB, right?
Sorry.
Like Linux and Unix are two different things.
Yeah.
But here
how
you are
it is in the Unix,
discovery. Right? You are running discovery Linux server discovery you are running.
You are asking me how it is finding that one as Linux, correct?
No, Linux and Unix are two both different things. You are discovering about Linux server, but in classification it is showing like Unix classified. How can this
Unix classified?
Like Unix?
It is just a name that is coming from this table. Okay. That is something coming from this particular table. Okay. If it found wait, the discovery, once it find out that the mission is the SSH in the sense, directly it will tell you that that is the Unix classification. Okay. it will tell you if that particular trigger probe is true, then it will classify that machine as Unix classified. Okay, this is where the answer comes. Okay, are you able to understand this one?
Yes, ma'am.
If the find out, that is an WMI in the sense Windows, if find that is the mission name has a SSH in the sense, then it will make the trigger probe says that it is classified as Unix classified. This is where the names comes for the SSH mission identified, or it is scans for the SSH. Fine. Any doubts on this one? Now did you get
No,
the
ma'am.
answer?
Yes, ma'am.
So once you run the discovery or something else, it will be going to give you like, wait, it is going to tell you the result as open port. Okay, we control F, open. Can you see the results over here? Banner TCP, port number is 22 and port to probe is SSH, and the result is showing open. If the result is open and the service is SSH in the sense, then it will find that as an Unix classified. Okay. Whatever, this is the port number 22. Port number 22 in the sense that is an Linux machine. Port number 135 in the sense that is Windows machine. According to the port number, if the port is open in the sense, and it will see the port number and the port probe session over here. Within this open port, it is finding that the particular machine that is responding to this IP address is the Linux machine. Okay.
ఇప్పుడు ఇచ్చేస్తారని చెప్పారు, ఇక్కడే చేస్తున్నారు వర్క్. నేను చెప్పాను కదా ఈ రోజు కూడా వర్క్ అవుతుందని. ఇంకొక ఇందాక 1 hour అన్నాడు, మేబీ బై 12:30 ఇచ్చేస్తాడు.
Could you please talk in English?
నేను చెప్పేసాను వాళ్ళకి వెయిట్ చేయమని, చేస్తామని చెప్పారు సంతోష్కి ఇంకా శుభంకి. నేను తీసుకొని నీకు చెప్పేస్తాను అనుష. ఎస్ ప్లీజ్, నేను వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చేస్తాను. మాది సురభి నాకు డివైస్ రాలేదని చెప్పింది.
So now you people can understand how if you launch the session probe and it finds any one of the port to be open, and port probe it used to check, and with the port probe it will come and tell you what type of machine it is. If it is classify the Unix in the sense, within the Unify, the next level it will classify what version of Unix machine it is. Okay. Any doubts till now?
For this query, in this, hello ma'am.
What?
Hello.
Yeah.
For this query, we get a failed notification like error message. Can you explain about that error message?
Error message. Okay, when I'm trying to explain you about the pattern, I can explain you about that error message. Okay. Up to the classification, are you all clear about this classification? Session probe, open result. It will find the port and port probe. After that, it will classify as a Unix machine. Huh?
Depending upon port number only, they got.
Yeah. Yes.
Depending upon port number only. Like
Yes.
which belong to which class and all this.
Yeah. Yes. And once it find the classification, then you came to know that how it is classifying the version of the machine. Guys, am I correct? Am I sounds understandable how it is actually?
Yes, ma'am. All good.
Okay, fine. So tomorrow while coming up, go and search for each and everything and the port that is related to it. Okay, for Windows in the sense 120, 135, Unix in the sense 22. Like that, you go and search for all type of the things and come. And tomorrow I may be asking the port number along with the machines. Okay. I'm just winding up the session for today. Network switches and adapters for just like that I'm just showing you. Network adapter, for example. This is actually network adapter and network switches. Okay. Let us take a network switch. This is actually a network switch. Okay. Now what happened? Okay, this is the network switch. Can you see how many switches, I mean connections are over there? How many port are available within that connection? Now you find a network switch and you want to find how many devices are connected with this network switch. Fine. You find the organization network switch now. Now we want to know how many ports we have within this one and how many connection we have with this one, where the in which port they have connected the LAN, in which port they are connecting some other equipment. First row whether we are finding out or the second layer we are finding out. Everything you want to know. Correct?
Correct.
Guys,
So
are you trying to
when you
understand?
say that, right, when you say that what are all the connections we are going to establish or we are going to identify, it's not just the direct ones that are connected directly to this particular port, but also until the up until the end of it, from the connection.
Yes.
So let's say some device is connected to one port. It's not just the particular device. So from that device, where all it is getting connected, it also needs to be discoverable. That's what is the question.
Yes, yes. So see, we are not going to run a separate discovery to find the particular machine, correct? We are going to run a discovery for the particular range of IP address. Within that IP ranges, what are the I mean machines or device it is finding out, and the dependency also needs to be find out along with that.
So let me ask a question here. Right? So if in a case like certain devices are so secured enough, right? What will happen in this case?
Yeah. Secure devices in the sense you're asking about the VPN and other stuff, or how it is actually?
No, anything for that matter, right? So certain device should not be
Usually
discoverable.
mid server is designed to sit within the security only. So you don't have those kind of issues and all. If you have firewall kind of stuff in the sense, we do have a separate port and authentication for the firewall. Once you put all those information, then it will unlock the firewall and then it will go and find the device.
Okay. So, so is it a one-time activity that you are discovering all the device and you update all these information such as firewall authentication, all those things, and you run the discovery once? Is that how it works?
First, we are going to write the identification rules, okay? And
Okay.
then
Just a
dependent and
question.
independent
If
identification rules.
if there is any upgrade happened in the network part and they replaced any network configurations, how it will be get discovered?
Discovery is a scheduled one, correct? We used to
So
schedule
okay.
the discovery for every week or month itself. Whenever you run a discovery, if it finds a new device, any kind of port, then it will automatically update it. That is where we are writing the reconciliation rules. To not create the new ones, instead of that, it will go and update that particular device information.
Okay. So by this reconciliation rules, it will be rescheduling the discovery, it will be analyzing the existing architecture, and it will be updating or overriding the existing architecture, right?
Yeah, it won't reschedule the discovery. If the discovery runs
Okay.
in the sense, it will go and check whether the information is already present in it.
Okay.
Once it find it, it will update it. Okay.
Okay.
In order to avoid the duplications, mostly we can say.
Right.
Okay. So now you try to do some research on the part of SNNP. So if you go for SNNP means, what do you mean by SNNP?
Simple network management protocol, messaging protocol.
So whenever we are running the SNNP, what we are finding over here?
So it will be having, I mean, it will be collecting information through the tracks, right?
We'll be connecting information through the.
So where it will be connecting to the 161 UDP, I guess, port, 162 and 161, but whereas it will be collecting the network components traps and logs, right?
Network only, it is network devices only it will be finding. But I didn't understand your, I couldn't hear you properly actually. What is it?
No, the information itself, it will be collected through the traps, SNNP traps.
Yes. SNNP or traps or SNNP listeners, you can say.
Okay. Traps, traces, and
So,
those stuff, right?
yes. Try to do some research on VMware, ESX, network switches, adapters, Windows, Linux machine, and also with yeah,
So in
these few of
ESX, it
huh?
will be having its own components, right? In ESX.
ESX?
So where it will be having a cluster culture, and where the cluster itself, it will be having a network components, right?
Multiple virtual machine it would be, yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
And within it will be having a quick communication over the VPC and network NIC cards, and where the firewalls can be defined further, if I'm not wrong.
Yes. Yeah. So
Okay.
the thing is now we are going to do with some of the things with the mid servers. Okay. How many?
Mm-hmm.
What are the different type of mid servers we have? Have you any time heard about this one?
No idea.
Have you heard about load balancer, mid server, or some other things like this?
No, we know the load balancer, but need no idea.
Mm-hmm. Okay, mid servers usually we need to status should be up and the validation we have to do whether it is working correct or not. And the version, these things once you install the mid server, you will be getting this information. And mid server cluster you have to design. For example, if you have 2 to 3 mid server running in a system, then you have to define what type of mid server it is, whether it is a load balancing mid server or failover mid server. Load balancing from the word itself, if you're going to run like many batches, many session batches around 50,000 ports or 50,000 range of things, then you will be doing this load balancing cluster mid server. Failover in the sense, take an example, you're having 2 mid servers, one is running out. Sometimes if the mid server cannot handle the, if it get failed to run in the sense, and if you mark any other mid server as a failover, then that mid server will be running and completing that particular job instead of the regular one is called the failover mid server. Okay.
Pardon?
Failover in the sense you have 2 mid server now. Suddenly what happened, one of the mid server is not responding. Automatically what it
Okay.
happened,
this failover
scalability.
mid server will come and work over there. Okay.
Okay. Right. Auto
So this
scaling,
is
right?
how you.
More of a
Yeah.
disaster recovery.
This is how.
Okay.
Sorry.
More of a DR. When at a point DR, they call it as disaster recovery, right? That particular point, it works as a DR server. Is it?
It's a kind of replica, right? Where the backup instances will be get the front, the secondary instances will be projected in front. I'm not sure where this.
Not sure where you.
I mean, we call it as replication.
It has different terminologies. Even I was saying like disaster recovery at the term of disaster, you have the DR server, DR mid server that helps us, right? So that's how they call it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Vivek.
Failover is kind of a protection only. It is not. We can say that is going to do much things over here. Okay. So, okay, if you want to explain me in a detail in the sense, I could tell you that. Okay, when I'm trying to implement the mid server cluster, okay, failover or load balancing. So both the things we are just going to setting up the based on the capabilities of the mid server. Okay. Okay. So let me take, there are two types of mid server as I have earlier said. Load balancing is basically used for whenever the discovery collects data about the network routers and switches application. Discovery supports data collection from the particular applications and hardware only like A10, Cisco, Apache, Citrix, and Altion, ACX, Radware, and all kind of stuff. Okay, but failover type is not used for the load balancing mid server. It is in a failover. It will be working as an independently one. It won't depend on some other mid server to come and work along with this. Whenever the mid server get fails and the mid server cluster management business rule selected the highest available mid server in order to take that work. Okay. So the selector mid server checks the ECC queue and starts with a job that is either processing or ready to get processed. Okay. We have a
Can you repeat
business rule
that?
running on a
Can you repeat that, please?
the the failover mid server. No, it used to run like whenever a particular mid server gets fails. Okay, we have a business rule running in the system, and that business rule will go and check for the highest available mid server order in that failover cluster management. So whichever mid server is standing in the first, it will take the work of the failed mid server wherever the previous failed mid server leaves. From that, it will go and take and run up the things. Understood?
Got it. But then when you say this, I will have a question, right? So you're saying that it will go as per the order, right? Where the available mid servers are there, and it will take that as per the order.
Yeah.
So when you say that, you're saying there will be backup mid server or failover mid server, right? So other mid servers, will there be too many failover mid server, or it will be only limited number of failover mid servers? Limited number, isn't it? So when you said the order, I was a little bit confused that why are we having too many failover mid servers, because they are not of too much operational, isn't it?
What is it? What is it? Come again?
When you said it goes as per the order, and I was thinking that why should we have too many failover mid servers active while it is not having too much of purpose? Only for the
We don't
failover
have
purpose.
too much. Okay. We don't have too much. We will be having at least 1 to 3. That's it. Not more than that.
Okay, and that will factor for different, functionality or different this thing, is it?
Yes.
Go ahead, yeah, please.
But still it will come and help over here to get the information there.
Okay, which means that it will be
See,
used.
load balancing in the sense we used. What?
No, which means that it has very minimal use, and just for the purpose of failover, it has been initiated, but then it will be used at a very minimal usage
Yes,
perspective.
yes.
Got it.
Mostly this is a very rare scenario. Okay, it won't happen. But still, for this discovery schedule and all, we are not going to sit for the every time, correct? Whenever the schedule goes to going to run. Suddenly, if there is any issue, one of the mid server is getting failed in the system. In that time, this will activate and work. That's it.
All right, yeah.
Not in every scenario. Huh? Are you able to get my point?
Got it, yeah.
Load balancer in the sense it supports to collect data from the many kind of application and especially with the hardwares. Okay. Like Cisco and all, no, we used to get around 22 VLAN addresses. Heavy load in that and all. In that case, this load balancer work server will automatically trigger and work. Okay.
Okay.
You know about this mid server and mid server properties. There is around 61 out of the box properties. You can go and check all these properties when you have time. Okay. About the certification, about the error, what is the trusted URL, it has everything. These things are mostly helpful when it is coming to the troubleshooting and debugging kind of stuff. Other than that, you don't have much things to worry about over here. Okay.
And these are out of box properties, and does these properties being editable, or is it, we should not touch this?
No, don't touch this. If you touch this also, it will be washed away in upgrades. That's it. If you want, you go and create a new one. Call that property over there.
Okay. I was having a long question.
So
like,
now,
how are we? I was always having a question. So, how are we differentiating with the properties with respect to other areas of functionality like business rules and other things? It's a general question, but not specific to it.
How are we differentiating the properties with the general business rule?
I mean, generally, I'm asking. So, how the business rules and all the other things are there, right? So, the properties are specific to the module, and I'm just trying to correlate with these things, properties with respect to business rules, client scripts, and all the other things.
Okay, take system properties or take mid server properties, whatever it is. Okay. So each and everything you could see the email properties also. I think you have seen it. Yeah. So everywhere we are not going to use it in any kind of script includes or business rule. This property itself will be get called into it wherever it is necessary. You know, right? ServiceNow is fully configurable one. It doesn't have any kind of predefined codings or something like that. Only they are just giving some kind of table. Go and call this one and call this number or call this particular value. Then it will work. That's it.
Right.
I used to see the properties.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm saying
see the properties
it works as per the workflow. That's it.
Yes. It works as per the workflow and it works as what we are calling into it. Like a library file or you can say like a key value pair. That's it. For this key, this is the value. If you call this key, this value will be working along this. That's it.
Understand.
Mid server capabilities. In what are the capabilities the mid servers can run?
So do you know that mid server can run the REST message, SSH, SNMP, PowerShell scripts? It has much capability in it. Azure, SOAP, REST, Chef, all AWS, Ansible, cloud management, PowerShell script, the REST scripts, and all. So these are the mid-server capabilities that has defined, and these are the things that can run in the system. Do you know what is meant by Nmap?
No idea.
Okay. Nmap is like a credentialless discovery. Still, you doesn't have any kind of credential for the any devices or machine. Still, you can enable the credentialless discovery for that particular device, which is going to give you some of the basic information about the device. Okay, where the Nmap will be working for that. Okay, for credentialless discovery, we use Nmap.
MARK. Can you spell it?
Nmap over here, can you see?
Nmap. Okay. Nmap.
Nmap.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. For credentialless discovery, we used to use this. Usually, mid-server, whatever it finds is a Windows device or Linux device, it used to, next in the classification, it used to go on validate the credentials. Once it put and authenticate the particular device, then only it can get all the information about the device. But still, if you don't have any credential in the sense, you can enable the credentialless discovery. Like normal credentialed discovery, it is not going to give you fetch you all the information. It may give you some of the basic information like this is Windows machine. It has this version. That's it. Some few basic information it can give to you. Fine. Up to this, any doubt? Up to this, any doubt, guys?
So we may need to go through all these things one by one. Right? Only then we'll have some doubts. Yes.
Okay. Yes, you can. So you do have an installation instruction over here. So if you want to install the mid server, you can install it, but you need Windows Server 2012 in your system. If you have laptop, don't use it. If you have desktop, you can try it out by installing the VMware. Within that VMware, you can install the mid server Windows 2012. Okay.
That consume too much data, GB or something like that. Not installing in the laptop.
You need a Windows Server 2012 in your laptop. If you have it, you can access this one.
Okay. Okay.
We need this Windows Server as a prerequisite. You need this Windows Server 2012, and you should have a separate 8 GB memory for it. Okay. This can be this. Don't install it. Don't install the raw material within your system. Then your OS will out gone. Okay. You can install this within any kind of cloud machine or VMware. Then you can install the mid server, but definitely not with your raw substance. Understood? Very high power, high value package this is. So I crashed nearly one of my laptop. So don't do that. Okay.
Fine.
Now the questions in the interview may like. So what do you mean by failover discovery, and what are the different type of mid server we have? And what do you mean by failover mid server, or what do you mean by load balancer mid server? Kind of stuff you may come across. And one more thing, like the next question they may ask, like how you design the cluster mid server. You have 9 mid server, you have 6 mid server. Now, how do you design the 6 cluster mid server? So this kind of questions they may ask you. Okay. So now how to configure a mid-server cluster? As I shown you, it has to be either failover or it has to be a load balancer. Am I correct,
Yes.
guys? Okay. Now it can be a failover and whatever it is. Once I did with one, it will be showing the mid servers to me. For example, load balancing, and I'm giving this to one as my cluster name, and I'm trying to save this one. Now you have to include the mid servers into this one. In the organization, you may have around 10 mid servers, 12 mid servers, n number of mid servers you can have. You have to move this site and you have to make that mid servers is to a cluster one. Understood, guys? Huh? Yeah, please go on with your question. What is it? What happened? Guys, are you telling something?
We are like little confusion in, but okay, we are able to get you.
The next one you have to know in the sense if there is any issue with the mid server, where you should go and see the mid server logs and the mid server issues. Okay, this thing you have to know for sure, and that thing is like this is the table name ECC underscore agent underscore issue dot list is the table where you can go and see the mid server issues or logs over here. If you have any kind of mid server issues, automatically it will logs the log over here, guys.
Can you keep on posting the locations, the table names with the what activity does so that we will?
You want list of table names that one what activity it does for the mid server?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have it currently now, I but still I can prepare a chart on the same for you. Okay.
Okay, we can work on it, right? So that will be helpful us.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Sure,
for
I
this
can do that.
server issues, which module that you have selected from filter navigation?
Sorry, come again.
No, which one we need to search from the application navigator for this mid server issues?
You can search for mid server issues itself.
Because I'm not getting it. Does that require any special? Another thing to be added?
I'm not sure, but usually I used to go with the table name only. If you want, you can select this module to be seen over there. Within this table, you can go and select it. Okay? Yeah.
Okay.
You go for tables and you can add this module if you want. Yeah.
ECC underscore agent underscore distribution.
Yes. And another important table is the ECCQ agent. Whatever things comes up every time it will logs the issue. And sorry, server issues. Another table is the
Can you put that
server
in the chat?
issues.
Fine. If these.
Same table, it is server issues. Mid server issues, you can go for and search for the server issues. Both are same.
Okay.
And any kind of upgrade, clusters, properties, script includes. What are the script includes we have for this one? You can go and search for the script includes. Okay. Other things we can see on tomorrow on the practical session. Okay. What are the four phases of discovery?
Scanning, classification, and exploration.
Can you view the Word document? So the first phase is called as a scanning phase. In the scanning phase, you could see that ServiceNow starts the discovery and it will launch the session probes. Session probe in the sense it will be launching the port probe, Windows, SNMP, Linux, Wins, DNS, all these VM apps, everything it will go launch. And what are the results is coming back will be get populated in the CMDB CI. So when the discovery is initiated, a probe called session is launched to detect the open ports on the device in the network. The data returned is used by the session sensor to identify certain characteristics of both the devices, whether which port has been opened and which port has been opened. For example, if you say the port is 22 opened in the sense, then it is called as SSH, which is nothing but Unix classification. And Windows communication in the sense WMA protocol, which is going to have a port number of 125, 135, 135. So discovery makes a certain assumption about the devices, application, and process running on these ports. So let us see this in a practical manner. How it is going to launch the session probe and how it is going to find the things in the system. First and the foremost thing, we have to design the discovery schedules in order to launch the discovery. Okay. The first one, what you have to do is the go for the search for the discovery and search for the. Can you see the discovery over here? Discovery topic, home dashboard, cloud alerts we have, and discovery schedules. So here, let us see the schedule that has been already existed.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
If the mid server is installed in ServiceNow only, we have option of discovery, ma'am. For normal,
Yes.
if I search like discovery in my filter navigation, it does not show any modules.
You have to install the plugins and all for that, Anusha.
Where can I install, ma'am? Can you show how to install that plugins?
Go for plugins.
Like here I am using. Here
You
I am
have a
using
PDA, correct? PDA, correct?
Shandigo
In the
version, ma'am. If I
San
want to
Diego.
downgrade to
You
if
doesn't
I
want to
want to
downgrade to Rome and all. You can use it in San Diego itself. What you have to do now, go for your PDI. Can you view my screen? My another developer.service.now instance screen over here.
Yeah.
It is in the San Diego version only. Okay. Go over here. Click on activate plugin. Okay. Here can you see discovery, event manage. Sorry. You have to download from here. You have to activate from here. Okay.
No need to install all these things. No? Whenever it's needed, you have to activate that plugin. So
Yes.
ECCQ is not required.
ECCQ you can require, you can install. That's not an issue. Maybe if you install the Discover itself, it will comes with along with ECCQ only. That is ECCQ return policy. That is a separate topic. You can install in this way. So once it is installed in your instance, then you can see the mid server discovery, all the options over there.
And yesterday I have told one assignment like you have to note down the port numbers, and I forgot how to search the details. Can you show once again?
I have a link for that.
Where?
Let me send that to you. Okay. Can you see the all application over here? Discover by CI type, specific CI, service attributes and group attributes. Here, we are going to discover the services, configuration items, IP address, networks, and serverless, cloud application certification. Whatever you want to discover, you can discover it in this way. Okay. So, for example, I'm going to launch my already a particular discovery has been run over here. Let me see. I'm not sure. Okay, wait, let me get the IP address to run any one of the discovery in the system. Now I'm going to run my discovery. Okay. against one of the IP address. To run a discovery, you need a IP address. Okay, discovery schedules, quick discovery. Put my IP address and I need to search the mid server. Oh, one minute. Let me go and configure the mid server at first. It is not validated. The status is up. It is not validated. Let me go and validate this one. Validate. Okay, save. Now it is validating. We have to wait for a few minutes. Yeah, the status is up and still it is validating only. It is validated now and showing as yes. Now if I go and search for the mid server, it is showing me the mid server. So once I select the mid server and once I set the IP address, if I try to run this, let me see what happens. First step, it used to launch the Sesame probe. Can you see? All the port probes will be launched along with this session probe to find the open port in the system.
Quick question.
Yes.
Hello. Mid
Yeah.
server is an application installed on the server, or it will be having any separate image?
It will be having any separate
Image.
No, mid server only do that.
No. My question is like mid server. We are going to install any application on existing in our environment. There are 15 servers, and additionally we added one more server, it's a Linux box. And in the Linux box, do we need to install this mid kind of application, or it's the server itself like customized operating
No,
system?
Windows or Linux machine, you have to install any mid server into that particular network, then only it can discover the things.
So Windows or Linux is supporting OS for mid server, right?
Yeah.
So
For
it's a
Linux
kind
also
of
we do have a
application.
separate mid server. Okay. Windows there's a separate
Okay.
version, and Linux we have separate version.
Okay.
If you go
The
for
mid
this
server is the
installation
application.
instruction, yeah, it is a Java based run thread, or it can be Unix thread also. Both the things it has. So you have to install according to your need, whether it is Linux machine or Unix machine. See, install the mid server on a
Okay.
Linux or Windows host.
Okay.
And you can deploy multiple mid server in your network for load balancing or even domain separation is enabled. Yeah.
Thank you.
If you see over here, it has completed with 3 steps. It doesn't move to the classification at all. It discovered that by the open port, and it is saying no credential found for the type of basic authentication. That is why it is launching this ECCQ input. So we need to put the credentials once we find the whatever instance. Now let us see how this session probe is finding this one as a WMI. I mean Windows. Can you see over here? Here we do have the XML input, from them. Now we want to search for the open port. Can you see the result over here? It is showing this Windows Server result has been opened, and generic TCP port number 135 has been opened, and another one it is showing us the HTTP port has been opened. Why this is happening in the sense? Can you see over here? This was happened for the HTTP and also for the HTTP and the Windows machine, but the exact founding over here is the this Windows machine only. If it doesn't finding the what to say like credentials, it is showing that as an HTTP to be open state, but still if you come and see over here according to that, it is also showing the Windows VMR, and here it is WMI, and over here it is showing the HTTP port 80. Normal common port has been opened and the response is 20. Now if I try to add the credentials along over here and if I try to run, let us see what it is giving the answer to me. Credentials. Credentials I'm going to add for the Windows. Here I could see multiple credential. I'm going to add the Windows credential over here. So I'm going to give the name and other stuff over here for the credentials. Server, Windows, username and password. These things will be given by your client itself, okay? This information and all will be given by your client, okay? This user ID and password, other stuffs and all. Now I create the credentials. Again, if I try to go and run the stuff, let's see what it happens. Discovery schedules, weak discovery, IP address and mid server I given. Now I started running the discovery. Let me go into that discovery. It started. Click on refresh and see what is happening. It is classified as Windows. Now it launched the pattern. Can you see over here? At first it didn't do, it only do with the HTTP classify. Now it started launching the pattern in the identification phase. Still it is waiting for the input. Yeah, it just gone to the next level. Many inputs we got. Multi-probes and all, it is launched. I think it is completed. Let me refresh and see. Yeah, it is completed. Here can you see done with the identification and the exploration phase. Completely it is done. In the previous session, due to some of the credential issue, it doesn't move forward. Am I audible?
Is that credential issue means will that go with the error handling something like that?
Yes. See, whatever. Okay, how ServiceNow on the mid server will be working in the sense, no. Once you place the mid server in the host network, first, the time whenever mid server get runs and it used to find the machine and devices, no, it used to take the credentials and it used to send it to the our instance at first. Then in the credential table, we have to map all the credentials. Once these two things get matched, then only it can open the particular device and it can go and get the information about the device and it can give to you as a return. Okay.
Okay, so we mean to say like it will get the credential details first, and then it will map.
Other, yeah, yes, and then only we can get the information about the device. So up to this level on the classification it could can, but above the classification it won't run because credential validation will be happen in this classification phase only. Okay.
Okay.
So the next phase is the okay. If you see over in the classification input, can you see the information that is coming from the host mission? It is giving the version, domain name, what is see this is Microsoft Server 2019 OS operating system information and the path and the host name, and also it is giving the some of the data, fetch data, local mission server, all the information, what are the information it has about the system, it used to give us in the back. Okay.
Are there any common attributes only these informations are required and that are enough for discovery?
No,
In this
this is the like to open the system alone. Only in the classification phase, it will find only the for example, take an example. It is a Windows machine. Now we want to know what version of Windows machine it is, whether it's Windows 2012 or 2016, 2019. Only the operating system and few more information only we will be getting in the classification. But other information you get in the phase of identification. This pattern launcher, no, pattern will get launched. Let's see the input of this one. You can understand it clearly. This is the input that used to comes from the. This is an encrypted one in the top. The encrypted log on the top. Below, if I could go and see all the information about the system, we can get back like class name, which is nothing but the table name, OS address with short description, nothing, and the gateway, what is the default gateway, chase type, OS domain, UPS thread number, manufacturer, CPU, OS version,
we get
model
all
name,
this
IP
from
address.
and only
Huh?
limited. We get all this information and only limited fields are being displayed in the
All
form.
the information, what and all we are asking in the pattern.
No, but in the field that is being displayed, it is only showing the limited information in the form, right? So we are getting all this information, but however, from the form perspective, it is showing only the limited information, limited fields that are required.
Everything will be saved in the backend.
Yeah, I
You
got
have
it.
to,
So
yeah,
just
yeah,
asking that it will not display everything in the form,
yes,
only the limited
yes,
information, like so and so attributes.
yeah,
Isn't it?
yes. So these are the information, serial number type, serial number, everything you will be getting from the host machine. Discovery net ARP table. Okay. This is the network adapter table. Okay. Where, for example, yesterday I told you know, if you have any kind of dependent CA that is mapped with a Windows machine, then see how many IP addresses it is passing over here.
And those information are very basic information like IP and MAC only, right? Not above and beyond that.
This is like a network adapter or switches. Okay. Okay. So for example, okay, now the system has been mapped with any one of the network adapter or switches. What happened? It will discover the Windows machine. Along with that, it will discover the network switch and network adapter also. So all the IP addresses that is available in that machine will also be come along with this one.
Anything that is connected to this
System. Yeah,
system.
anything that is connected to the particular IP address we are just discovering.
Okay, only limited to that particular system's connectivity we will get, not above and beyond, isn't it?
No, because I queried for only one IP address, correct? If you query for a discovery IP ranges, for example, 1 to 225 IP ranges, no, then everything within that range it will get discovered.
Okay.
I run it for only one IP address, right?
Right.
Yeah. So this is how you will be getting the result from the identification section. Let's move to the next input. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Here we have two types of discoveries right now, like credentialless and credential. And
Yeah.
how can we identify which is belongs to credential and which is not belongs to credentialless?
Credentialless discovery, you have to enable it. You have to do it
Okay,
manually.
here,
It doesn't.
here you have run. Here we have
Credential
run about
discovery.
one discovery about Windows. Like
Yeah.
if you get error only, we have to identify like credential error is
No,
like is there.
First itself, you have to put all the credentials. For example, take an example. You have
Like
around.
if you run discovery on a Linux only, what how can we identify like which error comes?
Okay, fine. See, whenever you run a discovery, no, in the credential table, you will be having n number of credentials. Okay, for only one machine only, I put the credential as of now. If there is 100 machine in the sense, for 50 that can be a same credential also, but another 50 machine the credential may be different. What happened for the Windows alone, you will be having 2 to 3 credentials. For Linux you will be having 2 to 3 credentials. But likewise for SNMP or whatever devices it is. Fine. So here if you doesn't have a matching credential, then it will be showing no credential has been matched. So again, you have to go for the client and tell them, hey, see, for this particular IP address devices, no credential has been matched. Could you please provide me the credential of that machine? Okay.
Okay.
And we do have a concept called IP affinity. Okay. IP affinity in the sense, whenever we just try to see, we do have around 10 Windows credential with us. First, it will go and take the first credential, it will put into that device, it will match, it try to match. If it doesn't match, it will pick the second Windows credential and it will put and try to match. And if the fifth credential it is getting matched with the device in the sense, it will make the fifth credential as a top priority credential one. Again, if you try to run any other Windows Discover in the sense, first it will take the fifth credential, it will put and check whether it is the current credential. Then only it will start with the other credentials in the credential table. This is called IP affinity. Are you able to understand this?
Understood, ma'am.
Okay. So this is how it is going to get you all the information from the host machine, and it will get populated in the in the CMDB CI. Now, if I go for the CMDB CI, if I search for that IP address now, see how many devices you will be finding against this IP addresses. I go to this table, not this one minute. CMDB underscore CI dot list. We get this IP address. Can you see over here how many things you find out for a single IP? One is the Windows server, and another one it is finding the website. One of the website is also there in the same IP address. Port number is 80, which is HTTPS. Microsoft IaaS server is the web server that is having this particular IP address in it. Okay. Guys, any doubts till now? For that IaaS also a pattern has been launched, and the discovery will be running for that. This is called application dependency mapping. For example, if there is any other softwares that is running in this Windows machine, that softwares will be also discovered using this kind of multi-probe sensors we are running in it. Okay, not only the devices that is dependent, also the softwares that is running in that device will also be found in this one.
So both the hardware and software, both will get.
Sorry.
So both hardware and software will get information related to hardware and software.
Yes.
Of
Yes.
that device.
Yeah. For this application dependency mapping, we have a separate session in the discovery. I will be letting you know when we started touching that portion. Okay, how to do this application dependency mapping.
And it's not restricted to any software, right? It is for all the software to be discovered, like be it even the cloud-based software as well, isn't it?
Yes, but some configuration difference is there. Once you have that configuration, it will be finding it.
Okay.
So I think, do you all get that G Drive access?
Not yet for me.
It's only for you as an email access. You need to give a Gmail account alone, not the Yahoo.
Okay, I sent you the Gmail. You can discuss that.
Okay. So others, Anu and
I got access.
Prasad.
I got access.
Yeah. Okay.
I got also access.
Sure. Okay. No issues. So let me turn tomorrow. So now, if what do you mean by discovery behavior at first? For example, I know that I'm going to discover around 50 Windows device only from 1 to 50 IP addresses. Now, I didn't want to launch all the probes in the system, correct? I want to launch only the Windows probes alone in the system now. Am I correct?
Okay.
Guys? In that way, I need to change the behavior of the discovery to the Windows itself. People, please mute yourself. So now I'm going to write the discovery behavior. Discovery behavior, I'm going to write it over here. Here I'm going to write as Windows only. Okay, and let me submit this one. And below that, in the Windows discovery functionality, I'm going to have this space one functionality as or no, it has to be only Windows only. Windows only I'm going to do. Mid server, I'm going to map on mid server for this one. Once I did it, I will submit this one. For Windows only, I have mapped this one. Now what I have to do, I have to go for the discovery. Discovery schedules. I'm going to have a new discovery. Here I'm going to give this one as, see, configuration item, network devices, certificates. I'm going to give specific discovery with server name. Windows only. Let me save this one. I'm just started scheduling the discovery. Okay. Now I could see this is going to be run on demand. Only if I run this, then only it will get run. I'm going to have a, for example, IP address. I want to discover IP address. I have to give IP address. If it is going to be network device, I need to select about the networks. What I'm going to discover, whether it is configuration items, what I'm going to discover from this one, I need to specify it as what I'm going to discover. So only if I specify only, then only it will be giving me whatever I just want to discover over here. Okay. If I want to discover certificates, then I have to give like this. In this case, it is configuration item. I'm giving that one as the configuration item. Now we do like this. Hmm. Behavior I create. From that, I just created the functionality also. Once I did with this, I need to verify the discovery on the same. For that, I need a Windows discovery credential. Before, let me go and run a discovery for that. Okay. 1 minute. The schedules. First, 1 minute for a particular IP address. I'm running the discovery. just started. If you see over here in the ECC queue, can you see this? In the session probe, it is launching all the probes now. But when I run the discovery behavior, you will be seeing the difference on it. Refresh. Okay, this is done. And it discover a device of this one. Okay, now where is my discovery? Now let me give the quick range of my IP address and its ranges. If I go over here, I could see the discovery and discovery logs. If I go for a schedule, can you see the Windows only schedules over here now? Guys, going to select this one. I selected this one. Huh? What is it? Does anyone like to ask something? Now I'm going to do with the use behavior one. Let's see only Windows only. I'm saving it. Once if I try to discover this now, it started the discovery. Let's go and see the session probe. Can you see what it has launched now? Is it launching all the probes or it is launching only the Windows probes now?
It launches one the Windows probes only.
Only the Windows probes, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in Windows, in discovery behavior, we will specify the which details we want.
Yes.
Through behavior only, we have to configure this.
If they say, hey, discover only the Linux, in the sense, you have to create the Linux discovery behavior and you have to map it out into the this discovery schedule and you need to run that one. Okay. The same has been run and same answer has been provided. But you can see over here, it has launched the minimum probes to find the answer. Okay.
And in first discovery, first in first time discovery, you choose like mid server, like Windows mid, and in second time you run discovery. In that time you choose like use behavior. Can you explain about that one? Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
In first time discovering run discovery, you choose like mid server type as a Windows mid type, Windows mid type. But
First
while
we
do choose like a Windows mid server type. At second time you have chosen like use behavior.
Okay. After this, any doubts, guys? Do you, Prasad, for anyone, any doubts up to this? I mean, in this behavior and functionality?
Looks okay for me. I mean, I'm able to understand somewhat. Not much. Instead of nothing, I understood something. So I cannot say all good for me.
Okay. So now I want you to go through the discovery patterns for all of you, okay? Discovery patterns. Go and install the discovery within your system and go for this discovery patterns. Search for Windows over here. Especially with the Windows OS desktop, you need to go through the pattern. So this is the discovery patterns. Once you click on over here discovery, so here what you want to do now, there are few library files. If you go and click on over here, you can find what is there within the library file. I want all you to go through this step by step. Okay. Tomorrow I will be taking the patterns. But before taking the patterns, please go into these ones and let me know. Okay. At least for a rough guide, you just go and do some research and come back on this. Here I just given the discovery patterns. Windows. Guys, you can view my screen, right?
Yes, please.
So here, first you have to know that you have a predefined libraries in the service now. Like first it is the DNS. DNS is one of the library that we are using. So in the DNS, you will have multiple steps to be adding one. So the thing is right now here, if you see what is there inside the library, it is just adding the computer NS lookup node, computer node dot management IP. Management IP is nothing but the system's IP address, the computer IP address that is coming from the host network. Okay, guys? It is the computer thing which is coming from the host network. And then now it is just going to be the
Other one is the DNS name. Like that, the library has been defined steps to steps to get all the information from the host machine to over here. Okay. So I request all you to install this discovery plugin into your system and go into the each and every steps what you are looking for. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. The next one is we need to filter out the IP addresses without, if you want to get the IP addresses without DNS in the sense, what you have to do. This field should not be empty, that is coming from the host system. And these are the source field and target field. Likewise, we do have the FDQN is the one which we are going to get from the host network. Okay. And then how to remove the duplicates from the system. So like this ServiceNow itself has its own library defined inside. For example, this is another library they are setting up, which is nothing but Windows general pattern variables. They are defined some pattern variables into this one, and they are want to get the answers from same from the host system over here. Okay. So if you go by each and every variable, then it's for example, go to this one. It is showing Windows identity hardware information. For example, you know that is a Windows machine, but still you doesn't know or doesn't aware whether it is an Windows 2012 or Windows 2016. How many RAM is available in the system? Nothing you know, correct? So here, your first over here, you are asking for the serial number and chase type from the Windows 22 system closure. So over here, you're asking for this particular machine, you're asking for this chase type or the serial number from the host machine. This is how the things will be. See, these are the database queries which is sending from here to their service. So once you go and do some research on this, you may know how to send the query from here to there. So this is the next one as the serial number, only serial number and this version, how we have to get it. Select serial number and that one from the Windows 32 BIOS. The target table is this target table in the host machine it is telling us. Okay. Like this, we do have multiple libraries into the service now. And after that, you could see there are few things which was defined as a custom one, like if the Windows system enclosure is not null or not none in the sense, then this chase type should be get from the chase type of this system, as in other words like this. The chase type can be in this types also. If the system finds any value upon this name, then those things will also need to be come over here. So like that, many things they have defined. For example, source is this one, target is also this one, and the field in the table CMDB CI underscore Windows server table, the serial number value is coming from the serial number one dot serial number, where you could see that over here as you could get the serial number from here or from the previous steps it used to come from here. Okay. Okay, guys.
Okay, President.
So patterns are multiple varieties of pattern. Not only the main Windows, you need to find the OS of the Windows, CPU information. If there is any printer that is attached with the Windows system, you have to know. Like this, you are just allocating multiple things to be get added into the Windows. For example, in your home system, take an example, you just have a computer and that is just has some connectivity with the other printer, routers, or network switches in a sense. Along with this discovery, those devices also need to be discovered along with that, and those information also we need it, correct? In that case, We are just adding those information over here. Okay, understood?
Understood. Brazil, one small doubt.
Yeah.
When we need the patterns for Linux machines, what would be the case in that scenario? These all patterns for by default for the Windows only. In case if we need for Linux machines, then
all there it is in the out of the box itself. Now I searched for Windows, these many patterns are having. For Linux also there is out of the box pattern we have. Can you see?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
If other than Windows or Linux, can we construct the custom patterns for other devices?
Yeah, all the devices you have nearly 463 for each and every CMDB CI classes. You are having different 440, 433 it will be. Okay.
Okay, please.
Any doubts to know?
Only we can use predefined patterns only, right?
Sorry?
Okay.
Predefined patterns you can use, even though you can create the custom patterns also.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
In this case, how groups and sensors? What is the working of groups and sensors in this pattern?
Yeah. What was the question?
In pattern designer scenario, how can probes and sensors will work? What is the working of probes and sensors?
See here.
Hello.
Probes and sensors, it is not like over here. It will be inbuilt in the patterns. Okay.
So the result in ECCQ depends on patterns, right, Rizal?
Sorry, what is it?
The result in ECCQ depends on the patterns, correct, Rizal?
Yeah. Yeah, yes, you can. So what is the other questions you have? Let me give you a homework to create a custom pattern. Just give me online. Okay. I will tell you that how to create a custom pattern. Guys, I shared you a document in the chat. Please take it and download it.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, Anusha.
Here, C type is mentioned as like application. Just I need to as application.
Sorry, what is this?
CI type, ma'am.
Yeah.
Here I need to specify as application, ma'am. Just application CMDB _ CI _ APPL.
You don't have the CA option as of now. What is the CI option you're looking for?
CI type, ma'am.
CI type, okay.
Basic in application in customer. You send one document, Word document, ma'am.
Yeah.
In that, CI type is like application.
Where you are viewing that CI type? CMDB CI underscore APPL. Have you searched for
yes,
this
ma'am.
CMDB CI?
Yes.
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 What you have got as an answer?
Application CMDB underscore CI underscore APPL.
Sorry.
If I search in CI type like application, it is showing like this, ma'am.
Wait. There is a table called applications. In that only you have to plot this thing. Yeah.
That's correct, ma'am. Or I did any mistake. I am asking about that one.
Yeah. You have to create a custom pattern for that actually. Okay. So start creating that custom pattern. Okay. Tomorrow we can meet again. Okay. So tomorrow we can see how we are going to create it in the live scenario. Fine. How do we usually set up the mid server? What are the ways we need to consider to set up the mid server?
No idea.
No idea?
The thing is like as per I remember, the server has to be identified from the client network.
Okay.
And it has to be communicated with mentioned. You said one port, right? I didn't remember.
Okay. Okay, fine.
So
Let me
whereas,
explain. Okay. First thing, you have to set up the mid server. The next one, you have to set up the discovery. So if you didn't find that this, you just missed a few classes, Prasad. 14th and 15th, I'm taking a crash course on this CMDB mid server and the discovery. 3 hours.
okay.
You can join it. No fee for you. Okay. If you
Okay.
are already in my batch. So it is a crash course. It is a 6 hours of course. 14th
Okay,
it
when?
will be 14th and 15th.
Okay, I will be joining. I'll be joining that thing.
From CMDB, this identification and reconciliation engine, and the mid server part, and also the discovery part I will be taking.
Okay.
Okay. So and also I'm planning to take this ESC and the GRC also. If anyone, if you know, you can refer to me.
Okay.
So the thing is, no, here you could see a diagram. It is showing a discovery name. What are the items you're going to discover? Whether it is going to be an configuration item, cloud discovery, or it is going to be any other network. Whatever things you're going to discover, you can mention it over here. And then mid server selection, whether it is a specific mid server or a cluster mid server. So here you have to know how to set up the cluster mid server also, correct? So I have a scenario with the cluster mid server. Let me show you that, and you can go through and you can brainstorm in it, and you can give me the answers. Okay? This is the scenario, okay? I have configured a discovery schedule and left behavior field blank. Okay? Updated the mid server file with the prod mid server one, which is up and running. And my findings, when I run this discovery schedule, I verified ECCQ, and interestingly, I found prod mid server 1 and prod mid server 2 are showing up in this agent list. Okay.
Okay.
When I specify only prod mid server 1 for the mid server field in discovery schedule, how come prod mid server 2 also participated?
It will be standby whenever prod 1 got down.
No, usually we are only describing that only, correct? There is
Yeah.
no default or standby mid server at all.
Okay.
Think in this way, if you're working in CTS or TCS, you will be having around at least 2000 missions. So you cannot discover everything from a single mid server, correct? So you
Yes.
need to at least plot 4 to 5 mid servers according to the load balancing or whatever it is. Now, can you define any one of the mid server system as a as a default one? No, correct. We are going to define the IP address, or we are going to define the IP ranges, or we are going to tell them what to be fined for the mid server. So in that case, there is
Yes.
no standalone mid server at all.
Yes. It will be under cluster pool where the capable one be chosen automatically.
Yes, it is the answer of the cluster mid server is the top level. Okay, the cluster is the top level. Any discovery setup to run by a single cluster member will use all mid server in that cluster for the discovery. For example, the prod mid server 1, okay, was there in the cluster setup in the sense, then it will make use of the other mid servers in the cluster also.
Okay.
Okay. So discovery schedule don't really see the cluster. So it makes easier, in my opinion, to set up a large discovery schedule just by picking out one mid server from the cluster. So this is the another thing kind of setup. I have 3 hosts with the 9 mid servers. You have 3 hosts with the 9 mid server, and you have stripped the 3 load balancer cluster across 3 hosts.
My question is, are there lightweight instances or replication servers? See, lightweight
Active directories.
lightweight active directories. So one server can contain multiple mates.
Yes.
Okay.
Lightweight directory actually it is. Yeah.
Okay. Any specifications required to run one mid server, like this much MB of memory needed and this
Yes,
much MB of
we have. Yeah. We want to have 8 GB memory for that.
one mid
And
server?
yes.
It means the host one should contain a minimum 24 GB of RAM memory, right?
8, yeah. We do have a prerequisite for both the things.
Okay, we have prerequisites. So obviously space is required as it is keeping up discover and recording tracking the record. So the space is minimum required, right?
Yes.
How about CPU?
What do you mean by CPU over here? CPU memory.
Yeah, this much. How many gigahertz or gigahertz required?
It's only RAM only here. It's need everything is cloud based over here now. We don't need any CPU at all. There
Okay.
is no contact with the physical one. Everything is a cloud stored actually.
Okay.
So we don't need any CPU memory at all.
Okay, we are installing a cloud-based MIB, right?
Yeah.
So we are going to do any practical session of this one?
Yes, we will do.
Okay, cool.
The next scenario. There are 2 devices in the prod environment. Okay. FI load balancers there. I'm able to discover one devices but not the other. Okay.
Okay.
I'm able to validate SNNP credential for both the devices. The device which is getting discovered using the SNNP classify, but the device which is not getting discoverable is giving a log
adding target to block list. No valid credential found for the SSH password or SSH private key. Now it's triggering the Unix classifier through the ports or open for SNMP. What should be the answer?
One second, I'm going to let is classified to the port SNMP. Changes credentials order, the SSH can be disabled. You can disable SSH.
Sorry?
Change credential order. It could be change credential order, right?
Yes, the order of the credential should be changed. Before SNMP, if you run the SSH, then it will be discovered whether it is if it is an SSH. First, it will plot that credential and then it will check. So this is how you have to change the priority of the credentials.
Okay.
Credential orders. So credentials can be assigned an order value for the credential form, which forces the application to try all credentials that are disposal in certain sequences. If you do not specify any order value, the application tries the credentials in the credential, this discovery table, okay, randomly until it finds one that works. When such orchestration attempts to run a command on SSH servers like Unix or Linux, or the discovery attempts to query an SNMP device as this one. So now what is meant by credential affinity in the sense? Take an example, okay? Now you run the Windows, okay, discovery has find one Windows. Now what it will do, it will pick up all the Windows credential and it will put and see what is the exact match of that credential, correct? Now, within 5, one has been found as the correct match to it. Now, what it will do in the sense, no, in the credential affinity, what is the last founded correct credential, no, it will be the topmost priority. So, if again any kind of discovery runs and it finds a Windows machine, no, the last find out credential, which is in the topmost priority, no, it will be the first match to try. Are you getting my point?
Not exactly.
Okay. Guys, I'm back. Can you hear me? Hello? Are you all there? Are you sure yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What I was telling about this IP affinity, or you can say the credential, affinity. Yes.
Credential.
Huh?
Credential affinity, ma'am.
Yeah, credential affinity means, take an example, you're running the Windows. Can you see the whiteboard? You have 1 credential, 2 credential, 3 credential, this 4th one, and the 5th one. You have 5 credentials of the Windows. Now what happened? The discovery runs and it first check the first credential. Now the discovery will be running out. What it happens now? It will first take this first Windows credential and put and check whether the credential is matching out. Next a second, third, fourth, fifth. Now with this 5th credential only, this particular thing get matches in the sense, no, it will change the priority like this. First, it will change the priority like this. When next discovery runs and it finds the Windows discovery, the first match it will take from the 5th credential and it will put and check it over here. Okay. This is called credential affinity. Okay. Now, do you understand the things? So, like that, we do have IP affinity. It tracks the credential that is used for the login, successful login, but not the device type. Okay. Whether it is Windows or Linux, first it will go and check with the credentials only to find out the correct mission. They might ask you what is meant by IP affinity. In that case, you should be answering in this way. Okay. Any doubts on this part? So here you could see few items. Sorry. few items in this discovery schedule. The important one is the session batch size and the session cluster support. So what do you mean by do you have any idea about this session? Because earlier we spoke about whenever the discovery runs in the first space of scanning, the session probe only will get launched, it seems. Now there is a word called session batch size and session cluster support. Do you know any information about that, guys?
No.
Mm-hmm. So definitely you have to come for that crash course. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, session is something like it used to launch all the books. What happened? Take an example. We need to find around 10,000 devices. Okay, 10,000 devices, and now we just climb the batch size as 1,000. Now, what it will do in the sense, it will separate the session batches as 1,000. First 10,000 devices it will pick and it will run that session process. Then it will pick the next 10,000, next 1,000. Like that, for the 10 batches, it will complete this 10,000 discovery process.
Kind of round robin.
It's not in a round robin.
Batch
Batch schedule. It's kind of a batch.
Okay.
So who do this part whenever we run a discovery, in the sense this will be done by the mid server. This particular thing will be taken care by the mid server. So mid server is the one who knows how many devices it is going to discover and what is the batch size it has. So accordingly, it will distribute the load balanced within the mid server and the session code. Then it will be discovering in the serious manner. Okay. There may be a question. Okay, now you have separated the 10,000 as 10 batches, each which is going to run 1,000. Now it is going to launch it parallelly or series.
Okay.
The answer is series manner. First 1,000 it will complete, then
It will
1,000.
not launch parallelly, right? The load will be getting increased, right? After one batch, and another batch will be scheduled. But my question is like, if in the batch, if something got failed, will it be send it back to the next batch, or it will be scheduled in last batch?
It will be taken care by the failover mid servers.
Failover.
Or you have to check the logs and you have to correct that issue.
Okay.
That's why we do have a CMDB health checkup and the discovery health checkup. Everything we have, dashboards we have. We came to know how many got failed, how many got passed. Everything we will be knowing. So if there is any error or warning message like that in the dashboard, you can kept everything in a single place, and we can get those errors to be rectified in the system. Okay. I think you understood it somehow. Fine, right? Are you there, guys?
Sorry, talking in mute. Apologies. See, it will be scheduled in logs and same as in dashboards. And is it there any kind of e-note system?
What?
E-note, like email notification. If something.
If you set it in that way, then there will be email.
So will it allow us to do as an auto scheduled a failed one in order to, like, whereas in the batch one got 1,000 out of 1,000 records, 20 records got failed, and batch 2 or 20 records got failed, and batch 3 10 records got failed, and analyzing 50 records, and it can create any automated action instead of our manual interaction, like checking in the log files or checking in the dashboard or checking in some other sources. Is it possible to schedule an automatic action where we can uh, before we attempt, it can be do a cross check of them, fail jobs, fail
Yes,
over
you can see
Discord?
everything will be recorded in the ECCQ. Okay. and the discovery logs. These are the two tables where we need to put the report or where we need to have a notification stating that if there is a failover report over there. Okay. Yes, what these people will be doing, they will be sitting and watching all these failovers and they will be rectifying it. Sometimes discovery will run for two days and all. In that case, if you want to get notified, you can have a email to be created in the ECCQ table. Fine.
Understood.
Up to this, any queries? And next one, what is meant by dependency CI and independent CI? Dependent CI and independent CI. Guys, I want to answer why this much of silence. What is meant by?
Unable to hear you.
What is the basic? It is a basic question. What do you mean by dependent CI and independent CI?
The basic question is the independent CA is the final set of CA where it doesn't have any sub child records or something. The dependent CA is like a child record of a master CA.
Can you give me an example?
If you pick one server and it has, if you pick one VFX, the VFX will be considered as a master one, and inside of it we will be having individual CAs. It's a cluster pool, right? So those CAs are the child CAs. If you take in a single standalone server where it is individual CA.
Yeah, that's correct. So the next thing and scenario, okay. So now, okay, in the session pro, okay, the open port has been find as Windows. Yeah. The open port has been find as Windows, but it couldn't classify what type of Windows machine it is. So what type of error it can?
We lost you. Unable to.
I am running a discovery against one of the IP address. Okay. In that time, what happened?
It will identify the operating systems and it will let you know is it which system.
If it get fails in a sense, what can be the errors?
Unknown CI found.
Yeah, if it fails to, I mean, on the classification part, what type of errors it can?
Classification part. In classification part, it got failed. Unrecognized operating systems or no idea.
In the classification, if it fails in a sense, so mostly it will be the credential issue. It will be the credential issues.
Credential issue.
Yeah. So up to this, do you understand the parts of mid-server discovery and CMDB CI? So from tomorrow, shall we step on this service mapping?
Sure.
Okay, I'm giving a small break, and tomorrow, while starting that pattern alone, I will be completing. Then we will be directly moving to the service mapping part. Okay, first we need to understand few things about the discovery, and then we can understand how this service mapping will be working in the system. So what is service mapping? In a sense, it maps all the software and the hardware components associated with the service and places this information in the ServiceNow CMDB. It's agentless and no additional software is required on target devices. Is service centric and it discovers configuration items relevant to the one. So, okay, first of all, we need to understand. Okay, so what about this probes and sensors? What and all it is doing, the pattern we are writing now. So now take an example. We have a mid server. And whenever the discovery kit runs, the mid server used to send some commands and it will be getting the information about that hardware informations. Am I correct? But still, once you get the hardware information, it's going to tell you whether it is an CPU, or whether it is a Windows machine, what type of OS it has, what are the physical information that the system has. All the information will be given to you. But when it is coming to the software information, what are all the software it is holding and how many hours of things it is holding out, everything has to be given by the system itself, like how we want to get that software information from that, which is with the help of this service mapping only we are going to get the information of the software. Now what happens, what are the key service mapping key components? In the sense, we used to have the discovery patterns, identification applications from the connections, discovery detect host, identification and reconciliation on the mid server to provide access to the particular target. So what is the service map architecture? So when you have a single data center, so the minimum requirement what we should have in the sense, we should have the ServiceNow instance along with the service mapping plugin installed. Once you have that, here is the mid server in the target missions we have within the data center. So you will be getting all the information through the port call 443, which is nothing but the mid server device missions. So here it is an architecture of the multiple data center. Now what happens if you have a single data center, that will be happen. If it is a multiple data centers we have for a particular data center 1, 2, 3, then all this data center you have one mid server in each. From with that help of the information, we will be getting all these devices information within the service.
One question, Fancy.
Yeah.
So it couldn't be multiple mid servers in one domain, right? One cluster, like what I'm saying. There are three accounts, right? Three data centers, right?
You can
Right.
have. You
Okay.
within a single network, if you have around 100, taken 100, even though for 50-50 machine, you can have one mid service. So that way it can have a cluster or the balanced one. So,
Right.
yeah.
Each data center can have multiple
Multiple mid
mix.
server. It's not only one. Because for example, if you see over here now, within a data center, if you have around 1,000 missions, in the sense, can it be handled by one single mid server? No, right? We need to have at least 2 to 3 to handle everything. So it is good to have multiple mid server also, no issues on that. So the next one is the integrations, how it actually doing. For example, here it is mostly the softwares, what you're going to identify and whatever things going to have. So here it is like an automatic top-down discovery we are going to do. Like once you find an Windows, within the Windows, what are the applications we have, or within the web control or the web servers, what are the devices we have, within the devices, what are the applications we have installed, and within that, who is using that particular devices. All this information we will be getting from the service mapping. And what do you mean by mid server? So just for the recap of the normal mid server and discovery, I just added the few slides over here. What do you mean by the discovery?
The mid server is a component which interacts with the customer nodes and ServiceNow, and which collects the information from the customer nodes and push it to the ServiceNow with the managed discovery patterns.
Okay. Prasad, your name is Paravar or?
Varaprasad, actually, I just keep PRA.
Okay.
My name is Prasad. Actually, I'm your LinkedIn contact, Manikanta Sagirati.
Okay, fine. So nowadays it is getting too much confused within few people actually. So that's what my question is.
My name is very large one. Venkata Manikanta Sai Prasad Sagirati.
Why you keep this much of big names?
I don't know. It's my
After telling your name, I should have a cup of water. It seems glass of water.
It doesn't problem at anywhere except bank accounts and applying any applications. Whenever onboarding to some other accounts, then I'm facing the challenges and headaches.
Okay, it's your name. My name will be difficult to pronounce, but not this much. There are very few who pronounce my name correctly, you know.
So what
Precial
is,
Raj.
yeah, Precial Raj it is. So that's okay. Let's see
We
this.
have almost 13 mutual contacts.
So the next one is about the mid server. You know how this mid server will be downloaded into the next system and how this will be sitting within the other system. Now the important one. This is the prerequisite. If you want to have, you can take a snip and you can keep it in your system.
No, I don't take any snap. I'll just make a note of it. CentOS 4 Red Hat 6 greater than 6 version. 2012. Any 2012 is okay, right? It doesn't mean like R2, R1.
Only 2012.
2012 and greater. .NET Framework 3.5 greater.
Don't install within your system. Okay? No, I crashed one of my laptop. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And then I can go with the cloud environment.
With the cloud, you can.
OpenJDK version. What are the LinkedIn 1.0_231? Yes, I'm the same person.
Sorry, I'm really getting confused with you on the Paravat guy.
I'm the same person, Pravar. See, Prasad, PRA, Vara, VAR.
Oh, you are on Telegram also.
Yes. The Telegram is the main source for data saving, right? We can save and we can get the data within quick.
Okay, fine.
In order to I don't want to be open in Telegram because we will get unnecessary pings, right? So I just changed my name to Pravar.
Fine.
Hello?
So please note it down this one, and the RAM should be 8 GB. Okay. Another one thing. And 64
Okay,
data.
and 64 bit
operating
is
system
mandatory,
is recommended. Yeah.
Okay, right. Right. I got you. So
No, usually why
and
that one? Anyway, you will be finding this in it. But if sometime your client may ask this question, they may not aware how this actually works.
okay, and actually I didn't see in the last video. I didn't get a chance to see because it doesn't shade for me how to install mid server on my end node. But I don't think it's a big challenge because it's a simple application, right? If we know the source,
it's a very
from
easy.
there we can download.
If you have a normal ServiceNow instance, okay, go for the ITOM guided setup. Okay. Within that, they will be explaining you how to install the mid server within the system. Very easy one, guided setup.
Right. Thank you.
Else you can do in this way. Fine. You can give it to virtual machine. From private cloud, you can do this.
I'll go with the private cloud. Anyway, we have a mini trial versions, right? I will create one trial account and I will establish a small network.
So what do you guys understand from this launching the horizontal discovery?
No. For the discovery on the discovery schedules can be used to launch discovery.
Now there is a question, okay? You install the mid server in the host machine. Now how our instance and that mid server is getting connected?
Through though it's in network, we are getting through 443 port, right? We are collecting the information with the 443 port in the same network,
but still, how it knows that it has to connect with this particular instance?
They should be having some agent, right? They have to get installed one agent.
Yeah. But how that agent is connecting with us? That connecting with our instance, which is sitting in the cloud.
In generally, the agent, I know how agents work. The agent should be having a secured path where it has to reach the destination. I think we need to configure that destination address on the agent configuration while we are configuring the agent. This is what we generally do in agent level certificates. I mean, agent level configuration. If you are doing, if I'm not wrong.
Usually, what happens once you download the mid server agent, no, within that there will be a config file. Within that file, you have to give your instance name, user ID, and password.
Hello?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So within that
Yes,
agent,
yes.
you will be having a config file. In the file, it is an XML file. You have to open it and you have to give the username and password and the instance name. Okay, over there, which will be connecting our mid server and the instance. So this is how you have to establish the connection between the instance and the mid server.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is about the discovery process flow.
It's too very horizontal.
Can you see this picture?
Yes. I'm able to see.
Yeah. A basic picture actually this is. So what are the different phases of discovery?
The different phases of discovery is like entering the source and identifying the open ports and fetching the details of that particular node.
Actually, only 4 phases you have to say: scanning, classification, identification, and exploration. Okay. Once you done with these 4 phases, then you have to explain in each phases what it will be happening. They might ask you like, okay, during the classification, what it will do, during the scanning phase, what it will do, what is the extra stuff, what you're doing in the exploration part. So in each and every phases, you have to know what this one, each one, everyone will be doing separate.
Okay, the scanning is a part like what are the availability nodes in the network, and the classification is like identifying, triggering and grouping them with the OS setup, OS level or predefined groups. Identification is like what are the subcomponents in the particular node, and if I'm not wrong, what is the OS and what are the nodes it existing. And discovery is like the complete picture of the entire node, like including with the network components. If I'm not wrong.
So during this scanning phase, we will be scanning all the ports within the system, correct? Within the network. We are going to see what if there is an open port. Within that, we will be finding and we will be connecting it. So mostly the classification part, it will classify what type of machine it is, like it is a Windows, Linux, or something else. Then it will be putting the credentials mainly within the classification part. Once the credential is passed over, and it will find what type of classifier it is, like how to say, like within this credential, everything goes up and goes well. Then there it will process the process classification. It will process like once it finds the Windows, it will find the OS, what type of OS it is, Windows 12 to whatever Windows Server, whatever it is. Once this classification done, once it finds a particular class, and it will be putting that once it finds, for example, it is a Windows server, then it find a class table, correct? CMDB underscore CI underscore win underscore server. This is the class name. So with the class name, it will go and trigger the pattern because it identified, no, this is the class. So for that class, we will be pattern. Obviously, that pattern will be start running in the system.
Okay.
And after that, there are some dependency CIs. For example, once you find the particular classification as the Windows server,
Along with that, if there is a networks or switches has been connected with it. Okay. Now what happened? This dependencies will be get triggered into a system automatically. Once it finds all the information about the Windows server, it start exploring what are the other elements that is connected with this. The network adapters, network cables, whatever it is, then it will explore and it will also get that CI information also within the system.
Okay.
Fine.
Right.
So this is how it happens for all the 4 phases. Now there is a scenario-based questions. Okay. Now what happened? You have launched a discovery in a particular system. Okay, where do you have 10,000 devices, and you mentioned the session batch size as 1,000. Now,
Okay.
be running in the system.
So it will be initiating the first batch and second batch batches phases, whereas in the failover will be triggered within the logs, and also we can schedule an automated
Who will
job
be
to
doing this
do the
issue
failovers.
actually? Who will be taking this first 10,000 it process and next 10,000 it will be process? Who is responsible for this? Whether it is a discovery or some other
mid server, right?
Mid server. So only you have to, for example, there are 10,000 devices in the network, and you mentioned the session size as 10,000. No, this load balancing on the cluster part, everything will be taken care by the mid server itself. It will automatically divide this level of network devices by the session probe, and for example, it is 10,000 devices and 1,000 is our batch size. So it will split the discovery process in 10. First 1,000, second 1,000, third 1,000. It will be split the mid server and it will be doing the things.
Right.
Fine. Do you understand the process that runs behind the system, right? Which, so once you clear on only, then only we can move to the clear understanding of this service mapping.
Yes, I'm able to get.
Yeah. And let's move on to slowly the next one. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. Okay, next to the application dependency mapping overview, how the host mapping and other things it mapping. So you were there during the CMDB, correct?
Yes.
So there we have seen few things about the dependencies, hosting rule, a containment rule, and all we have seen, correct? For example, when
Right. The hosting rules, like it will segregate the servers into based on the OS part, and application like it will be segregated through the based on the services running in it. This is what about, right?
Yes. Now what happened? This every information, what and all you have already given in the CMDB, that is the main key to unlock all these things actually. If you mentioned it everything correctly in the CMDB, then you will be you can sort out the duplications. You can sort out the all type of servers and applications.
Yes, I think we've gone through it. It might be having a multiple or duplicate IP addresses, but while in the CMDB, it will be working with the serial number and MAC address.
Yes. So like the same way, it is different to each and every CIs we have. Okay. So here you can see there is an application called UTRT IP, some name is given, and that app has a relationship with this particular host mission. Okay, and that host mission has relationship with the network and adapter and the disk system. Now what happened? This thing will be finded. Once you find the devices of this Windows, automatically to the dependency, this network adapter and disk will be finded. But how you will be finding this application where the service mapping comes into the picture? Okay. Now let's jump on the service. The discovery process classifier configuration, how it is doing the process in the system.
Okay.
Now you could see only the Windows server and the other things will be mapping before mapping the process. What it will have, it will locate the unique process that reveals the specific application that running on the host. Once determining the unique condition for the process, new process class will be put it in the system, and then only it is going to happen. So I will be showing this in the, I can give you the thing where you can go and practice also. Okay.
Okay. Did you have any practice instances created? Because I didn't have this partner portal link at the moment. My ex-partner portal got deleted.
I can give you one.
I need to create. I need to create here because my emails are not yet created. Once they shared my details, once I received my laptop, I will create a partner portal in your organization. Will it accept Gmail? It doesn't accept, right?
It will accept, but the thing is over here, no, everything will be paid one actually. For a PDI, it is free. But for this, for certifications and all, once you go and try, no, will be cost.
Right. So even for the trial instances, will they accept the Gmail? I didn't try it any
you
time.
can create by your own Gmail. That is not an issue.
Okay. I will try to create with my Gmail once.
Okay, the first and foremost point you have to know about the entry points within the system. Entry points is the first one you have to know within the service mapping. How to create the entry points within the system. So you better go and check about this cloud.cd.com:8081 HTTPS, providing the starting point mapping to begin.
Cloud.cd. .com:8081. Right. So it consists of the details, right?
Yeah.
Define top level application that compares services. Example. Provide a starting point for the mapping.
Okay, let's see the process flow of the service mapping. So when you start with the service mapping, for example, first you have to tell about in which web server it is the working. That is the starting entry point of the system. Once the host CI is existed within the system, if it is yes, then the service mapping process will get started. So using the identification section, it will be finding what type of, whether it is matching any kind of pattern with it. Once it is successful, and it is going to continue with the identification process of all the things, then it will be finding the post discovery process. Then only it will launch the discovery pattern itself. Once it is launched, then it will be finding what are all the web servers or application that is sitting in the host machine.
Sorry to disturb. 1 second. Let me come cross check once again. So the entry point will be checking, right? It will be checking, right? First entry point.
Yes.
Entry point is checking. So it will check the host existing or not. Host existency. If yes, it will be processed to reconciliation.
It will process to service mapping process. This arrow goes to over here. Can you see?
Okay. Right. Okay. Understood. Service mapping process. Service mapping and there identification of sections, service mapping is a steps like identification sections. Identification sections is like what we will be identifying here.
CMDB CI identifying any kind of pattern match, CMDB creation or updation of app, whatever it is.
Okay, CMDB batch. And from there, IIS pattern match setup successful. If the setup got failed in the second phase after identification, I don't think it will fail. Connection
if the
section.
setup got failed in the sense, you have to give the correct entry point.
Okay.
The entry point itself get connected in the second step only. Once the connection has been established, actually.
Connection section is like it is like a checking with the port, I guess. Connection section, establishing the proper success.
See, usually
connection
here
entry
the
point.
connection port will be like HTTPS : some IP addresses. Normal web browsers. Once you did with that, if you get that one, then you will get the endpoints. What are the endpoints you're going to connect with them? Then you can going to have the web servers or the application that is running in the host. Or within the web server, if there is any host application running, that way it will be plotting the dependency view.
Okay. If the CI does not exist, it will be flap at the initial stage only.
Failed in the initial stage.
Right. Okay. So here again it will cross check for the host in the second phase.
Yes.
CI check. It will done the CI check. If it is no, then it's another matter. If it is yes, it will be processed to the service mapping continuous, process continuous. Under the three, if CI exists,
service mapping will continue. Okay, then it will find what type of pattern, or once it identify what type of application server it is, then that pattern will be started running in the system, and then that CI will be. For example, it will be it can be Apache web server. Then if it needs to find that particular class, then that identification pattern will be running. All the information it will get from that server, and it will be putting in the system. So again, there is if it is find that MS SQL server, then it will go on run the reconciliation already to update or if it is already presented in the server.
See, the reconciliation is like it could be any server or any service in the CI.
Yes.
So it will be identifying reconciliation.
Yes.
Reconciliation will be re-identifying.
Yeah.
This services in the CI.
It will create the dependencies at first. With this host, this application is running. So it is a top-down.
Okay.
It is not going to find whether it is present or not. It is going to create a connection between these two. CI host within that application, above that application, whatever it is.
Okay. And if the CI is not found, if the CI is no, then
it goes to the host discovery process. It tries to discover that particular CI again, whether it is.
It will rerun the discovery.
Yeah.
So, it will rerun the discovery, and if it exists, it will be again processed with the reconciliation and service mapping continue. I mean, initiating the service mapping, and it will be reconciliating, and it will be added. If it doesn't found, again it will be terminated, right?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm good with it.
Sure.
Discovery. Success. Then, if yes, it will be went to reconciliation. If no, it will be stopped. Okay. Understood. Hello?
Yeah, yes, you are. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So let's wind up the session over here. Who is going to do that? Who wants access?
Sure, President.
Okay, you just ask for the control.
Just show me how to do that. We will practice in our demo instance, President. That would be more helpful for us, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You could view my screen, right?
Yes.
So you have installed the discovery pattern in your system.
Yeah, I have installed.
Have you all completed your Delta exam? Okay, let me start creating pattern as of now. So first, I need to create a new pattern. Here the pattern type should be in the application what I have given. In the table I have given you something. Now what is the name I have given? I'm going to name it as iTunes. Okay, so what is the CI type? Application. Here infrastructure, application, cloud resource are the three things. So here I'm going to write a pattern for the application. And what is the CI type we have? Application, and enforce process classification as true. Now I'm going to write the CI type is also application. Process classification to be true. Sorry?
One small doubt.
Yeah.
Should CI type depends on pattern type?
Depend on, yeah. For this application, this CI type, this pattern will be running.
Okay.
We have different classes now. For this class, this pattern will be running in system. Okay.
Okay. And in which cases should we create the custom patterns present?
Think in this way, there can be new services, correct? For example, your organization is installing new software or new application in system. In that case, there are some dependency to write this custom patterns. What is the next step we are having? We need to write the identification section. What?
And here, enforce process classification, you have checked it. So if you make it unchecked, what would be happen?
This is like in process classification set, like for example, I could say this. This is the process classification. It is not like an default device classification. Okay. So this is one of the application that is sitting in any one of the devices we are doing, correct? So we are just enforcing the process classification over here. Correct? Yeah. Next one, what I need to do, this identification section. What is the entry name over there I am having? iTunes identification section. Okay, iTunes identification section. Entry points. TCP endpoints and HTTP endpoints. Okay. Entry points you're having as TCP endpoint. We are having HTTP, HTTPS endpoint. Correct?
Correct.
Next one. Listening port. Order is 1. Okay. So for application, how many endpoints we can have? 1 or multiple?
Endpoints.
Multiple entry point. This can be sometimes interview questions. And now we are going to update the iTunes process classification. Okay. So now let me go for the trigger probe related list. Here I have this one. Can you see here? You have a trigger rules. guys. But
Yeah.
what we need to do, but we need to write the update ITOM process classifiers. Okay. So where we need to go for the process classifier, trigger probes related list we need to go. Okay. Here, can you see how many items we have? Now, if you go for a pattern, you could see there is something has been auto-populated in the pattern orchestration. You could see there are a few points has been already over there. Now, if I read the lines correctly, what are the lines we have? Like once we did all this, we need to update ITOM process classification. For that, now I need to move for the process classification table. Here I should go for the process. Here there are many process classification. Can you see a process classification over here? Here, what I should do, I should search for this iTunes, or I may not create it before itself. Okay. Can you give me 1 minute, guys? I will be coming back. Just 1 minute. Okay. Sorry, guys. So now I want to search for the application, that table. Okay. What is meant by process classification? What is the table name in the pattern? CMDB underscore C underscore APPL. Can you see how many is already over there? Guys?
25.
So these many tables, especially within this application alone, let's see. But here they asked us to update, not to create the new one. Can you see? So trigger probes related list. Update iTunes process classification. Before that, I think we need to create one and we need to update it. Checking out. Okay. First, let me create one and let me update it. Okay. And then first I'm going to create it one now. Process classification. As in, first I need to go for the name called, where is it? Going to create a new one. Why do we go and create a process classification? Guys, any idea? I told you in
think
one of the class about all these things.
to identify the which type of class it is,
Yes.
like Windows or Unix, like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let us go and test this one against our Windows server. Let us see what is happening. So now I just created a new process classification. Till that time, let this be inactive. Okay. And then once it is done, we can come and check it again. Not discovery. CMDB _ CI. Here, not CMDB. Let's go for discovery status. Okay. So I'm going for one of the CI, which I already discovered. So this is the Windows application, and we are just going to choose out whether we're just having a right one to discover the particular application ITOM over here. Now, if I try to run the discovery again for this one now, let's see what happens. Wait, let me go to that CI, and from there I will be triggering the discover. Let me go to this CI. Now, let us go and see the dependency viewer map over here. Can you see what we have? Track to configurations file, websites, and Microsoft III web servers only we have. Okay. So let's start finding this one. Now I'm going to run a discovery for the same one. The discovery is running over here. Let it get runs and see whether the application iTunes we can find along with this one. So the discovery is running in the system as of now. Let me refresh it again. Now it started and completed with the 3 steps. Now let me go to the CI again. No CIs has been discovered. I think there is an error over here. Let me check. Else I can go and run a discovery for this one. Quick discovery for this IP address. Okay. But still it is not finding the device correctly. I'm not sure why it is happening in this way. Let me go and refresh that one. Let me see all the same. CMDB underscore CI dot list. Star IP slash. Yeah, this is the. Okay. Let's see on that. Now I want to see whether it has a application also in it. No, it is not adding the application with it. Now I want to go and check again the iTunes process classification, whether I have done it correctly or not. I save this one. So I have created a new process classification. After classifying this, again, I want to run the application to see whether it is having the relationship between the windows and the application that I have newly created as of now. Now, if I started looking into this way, no, there are some errors over here. I need to troubleshoot the error, it seems. 1 minute, guys. Oops.
Nothing has been discovered as of now for this ITOMs. Guys, can you give me sometimes? Let us connect tomorrow and we can see set this across. The process classification is not working with the discovery. Let me troubleshoot and give you the same. So again, we will be going back to service mapping, but still I want to cover some part of cloud management also. So about cloud management, now you tell me what is the real work of this probes and sensors and the patterns, what it is exactly doing. So today it is going to be a brainstorming session. So we need to know exactly how this cloud is getting connected to ServiceNow and how this hardware devices, other things getting connected to the service. So any idea on that? What happened? Today you both of you are in some other spiritual thing, huh? You won't talk today? Oh, you're talking present, but I couldn't hear. Yeah. So usually what happens in the normal discovery and server part, you used to go to the physical machine where you need to download the mid server into the host machine. There you have to give connection to your instance on that physical machine, which in order when you run the discovery on that time, the mid server go and it will pick up and come back with the particular device's information. But in cloud, if you see how we used to connect this one and that one, it is quite different when it is compared to other things, you know. How you used to do in the sense you need to connect the cloud and the AWS, or what are the different type of cloud providers we have? What are the different type of cloud providers we have, guys? No idea. So usually what happens in the part of cloud, no, we used to have you will be connecting to the APIs that are provided by our cloud one. Here also the mid server will be working in part of only in the discovery part and other things like so I mean this event management part and this kind of stuff it will be working. But other than that, it is commonly using the APIs that are given by the cloud service provider itself. So here in this infrastructure, you will be having a virtual machine, notifications on all the machines are over here. Here, what we used to say in this is data centers. For example, here we don't have a physical infrastructure. No, it is just an virtual or cloud infrastructure where we used that infrastructure to be told as data centers. In the data centers, you will be having the resources. Resources means virtual machines or some other cloud organization, whatever that is in the cloud infrastructure. Each and every part will be called as an resources in the part of cloud management. Okay. And when it is coming to the cloud management, we do have this type of different providers. They are AWS, Microsoft Azure. For this, you have the out-of-the-box support plugin for this, AWS and Azure. And other, they are IBM Cloud, Google Cloud. For this, you need to download the ServiceNow Store app from the ServiceNow Store app. So these are the few types of cloud providers that are available in the market. The next one is what is very easy with the cloud and what is the value of the self-service. It will make it easy for the end users, enable business unit, remove IT as a blocker. For example, if you see when you go to the normal infrastructure, every time the IT department should come and give you the computer and access, everything they have to provide. Here, IT is not a blocker. You just want to have access to that particular cloud network. That is the most important one. Other than you don't have any kind of special thing. Here about the other thing, it is limit repetitive administration tasks. So everything you can automate it is easily over here. You doesn't want to repeat every task each and every time, and remove dependencies on ITs. So what are the IT dependencies we have? Every time we have to call our IT, hey, clear up this one. I have an issue with this particular product. I have an issue with this one. Please fix it up. All these kind of messes we don't have in the cloud, and it also ensures the consistency. Every time what it is doing, it is going to do it again and again. So no more very big dockers are there in the cloud as per the physical machines what we are using in the day-to-day activities. And the next one is about these are the few configuration item and infrastructure provisioning tools, that is Ansible, Chef, Terraform, Pepper, Salt Stack, or these are the few provisioning and cloud management tools that is available in the market. And the cloud template, yeah. Cloud template is the important one, like how we used to create and sys template for each and every tables in a form. Like the same, we do have a cloud template within the system, which is like an coded part. So where when one we just copy and paste this cloud template, it will automatically create a cloud ticket and the task to complete that particular one, and it will launch the workflow for the remediation. Everything will be managed by the template, I mean cloud templates itself. And code repository and version control tools or this kind of GitHub, Bitbucket, or these are the few providers are there in the market to give the some kind of extra provision, sorry, code repository and version of this one. From this site, you can take the coding of this one, or you can take this cloud formation templates and all, you can take it out. And what I mean by cloud provisioning and governance for end users, when it is, we do have an out-of-box plugin for AWS, Azure, and VMware. So once you can go and activate the plugin, all are will be already pre-structured or pre-configured into ServiceNow. Self-service ordering of VM and the application. You doesn't want to go for the Amazon or Azure. Directly, you can come to the ServiceNow cloud user dashboard or cloud user portal, where you can go and order yourself about this. If you want a VMware and the application from there, and removes the complexity of the cloud for end users. For admin, you do have a separate portal, and for the end user, you have a separate portal in part of cloud. And the user portal for the easy engagement of the cloud assessment. The next one is the introduction to AWS Cloud Formation Templates, which is called as the short form of CFT. So here it is a code based of JSON or YAML based text files that are used to configure and deploy AWS cloud structure. What happened now? This code will be given to you. Only you have to copy and paste this template, into the service now. And you have to call that template within whenever you're just creating a new cloud catalog, on that time, you just want to call this particular template, which will automatically give you the variables and the workflows and everything itself. It will be giving you all the variables in the workflow for each and every catalog what you're having in the system. You doesn't want to go and create each and every variable, blah, blah stuff and all. Within this code itself, you will be get populated everything in the system. So the ServiceNow Cloud Provisioning Governance application only supports CFTs in JSON format and automates and simplifies the deployment of stocks. So what it will do in the sense, it is an easy way to control the ServiceNow with all these things. And also, how do you do this in a step-by-step format is, first you set steps to import a CFT to validate basic setup. First, you need to create a new catalog item and select the cloud formation template into it and create a new cloud template. Ingest a CFT, activate the CFT and set it active. So this thing we will be seeing fully practical session, like how you have to create a new catalog into the cloud and where you have to copy this cloud template and where you have to paste it out. And once you paste it out, where you have to ingest this and where you want to activate this template. Once you activate this template on what is about the catalog variables and how the catalog variables coming into a system picture, everything we will be knowing. In the normal service catalog, what we used to do, you will be going and creating each and every variables by yourself. No, here it is not the case. There you will be having a set of coding. You need to copy and paste that into a
as a new template in the system. Once you call the template into the catalog task, automatically it will provide all the variables and the workflows for that particular one. Okay, do you understand that part? Up to this, any doubt? You can ping it or in the chat also if you have any doubt. So how this cloud events and APIs will be getting created in the system? So like how do you create the normal events in the normal what to say like normal events in the physical machine? The same way you can do it in the cloud also, but you need a separate subscription for this to do this AWS ANS topics, which is named to activate the event management within the cloud. You need a separate subscription, which is a payable subscription. You have to done that. So all the events that is coming into the cloud, which will be accounted in this particular table. So using the REST script APIs, you could see something called cloud events. Within the cloud events, you want to specify what in which path this cloud event is going to come, which is nothing but the table name. You know, right? API.now/ the table name you have to paste it out. So all that event will be come and put that events in this particular table. Once it is done, you have to go to the AWS and you want to create a subscription, which is a payable one. And this topic is nothing but an endpoint. The endpoint is nothing but HTTPS/ ServiceNow instance user ID, password, and the instance name, API/cloud now/cloud _ event. You have to give this topic as an over here, endpoint as over here, which will automatically put our events from this AWS to our ServiceNow instance. And as I said you earlier, you have two type of portal in the cloud management. One is for the admin and another is for the user. So normal users will route to the user portal. They will go and create a new catalog item and everything they will be managing over there. So admin will be the one who used to configure the catalog item, managing the resources, discovering the resources. All these parts will be done in the admin portal. And this billing information, as usual, how we used to bill in a normal days, it is based on the service. But here, the basic based on the usage of the CPU, memory, and how much catalog we used, everything will be automatically billed in the cloud. Okay. Any doubts till now? No, both of you very clear. And next one is the tag dashboard. So tag dashboard is a part of how we have to create like an dashboards. Okay. Tag dashboard is nothing but a tagging some kind of particular one, that how we used to do the drill downs and all in the maps of performance analytics. So same way it is a dashboard or something where you can go visually that the process, how it is going, how many items we have into the stake and how many resources we have. All this information you will be getting in the form of this tag dashboard. Tag dashboard on cloud resources. So how you want to configure that particular one? By there it is a particular table, but it is over here a different way. From whichever comes into a system, you have to create a separate tags over there. From the tags, that reports will be generated. So all these things we are going to see it in a practical manner. And the next one is the identity, ethics, and cloud provisioning and governance. How you have to give the policies and the access to the particular group to access the cloud catalog or whatever it is. So this particular picture is telling you how to give access to it. So the permission will be the like how to give read access, manage, delete, execute all to the particular catalog item, to the which user or which group, what permission they have to have and what table or what item they are going to have the information. Like this, you have to provide the permission to each and every group within the system. So the permission form will be like that. The table name is cloud management permission. Within that, you have to mention the table name, like catalog item, which group is going to have the activity, and the target is like what cloud catalog item they need this one, and what type of permission they need to have when they're creating this permission for a particular catalog item within the cloud. Okay. For that, you have to go to the cloud admin portal. In that governance and in that permission, you have to go in order to configure all this permission within the cloud management. Cloud orchestration trial. The root cause analysis dashboard provides a visual interface to make it easy to search for errors in the cloud orchestration trial, the cloud API trial, and the orchestration steps. So this is a separate part where we used to troubleshoot the cloud ones or the orchestration steps that you are using for the remediation task. We used to use this CAPI, okay, cloud API trial, or you can say cloud API or the cloud orchestration trial. But this is where we used to find the root cause analysis and the troubleshooting part, and we used to launch the remediation task to do whatever things we need to do in part of this one. So how we used to do, so this is the cloud root cause analysis dashboard, okay, where we're going to select a particular item, sorting by number, what is the, if it shows any kind of error, and it will show you so what type of error it is and where it is coming from. All these things you can find it from the root cause analysis dashboards in the cloud admin portal. Once you click on that particular one in the cloud orchestration trial, it will show you could not resolve the mid server for the API. So this kind of detailed message you will be having. So what type of issue it is. So after giving the error message, you can work it out and you can solve the particular issue within the cloud management. Okay. Guys, at least basically you find you are just to know how they have structured this cloud management. And the next one is about the root cause analysis. So for this cloud API also, we do have a separate dashboard which is going to tell you who is the provider, execution status, how many methods we have associated with it, what are the error message. The red one are the error messages and the green one are the success one. The next one is then the API trial list. If you have used sudo true, whatever issues and the root causes, it just fine. It will give you in this cloud API trial list. You can find the error and you can fix it up. So the each record will be shown in this way. This giving evaluate template is not defined. So you have to go and check about the cloud template, cloud permission template to fix this issue. And it is showing in what line also this particular issue is pops up. All these things you can address by yourself as a cloud engineer. And the next one is the remediation task. Once you find there is an error, how you have to process the remediation task. On behalf of that error, you can create one of the catalog task or whatever it is. So and you can assign it to the particular cloud management team or any kind of support team. So they will be either solving the issues or we or both of the team can work to solve the particular issue in order to close it out, all the issue on behalf of any kind of error messages that is popping up in the system. And this is the cloud operation dashboard. Just have a quick look on this. Sorry guys, I was talking in mute. So you have to select a template and you want to create a new catalog item. And after doing this, once you activated the particular template, that new catalog item will be shown in the user portal. And here now I'm going to show what is meant by resources. Like in a classic way, how do you have a CMDB CI classes, different classes, network classes, Windows classes, Linux classes. Same way it is here called as resources. IP address, network interface, virtual network, virtual machine, all this are a classes like an resources. There it is a class, here it is here it is called as an resources within the cloud management. The next one is the Azure Active Directory. The Azure Active Directory, you will be having users, app, and user group. Once you have this Azure subscription, from there only you can pick up this user groups. What are the user groups that is coming now? If that has to be accessed by this particular group, in the sense you should have a separate Azure subscription, same as the AWS, then only you can access this resource groups within the Azure one. So how you need to create a Azure one? Go to the virtual machine, deploy a virtual machine in Azure, click on that storage account name. Once you click on it, you have to have this contributor role in order to do this performance. And once you do it, click on Active Directory, click on user, create a username, and go for the directory role and add an assignment group to it. You can add that group. Once it is done, these are the credentials that you need in part of the AWS service principal, like you just need an tenant ID, client ID, and secret ID. And in the billing part, you need enrollment number and key, access key over there. So this is the way how you have to register the app and how you have to get the record and assign the permission to the app and setting the same in the ServiceNow also. So this is Azure one, Azure object, and this is how it will be shown into the, let's see how that is going into ServiceNow. First, you want to go for Active Directory, app registration, create a new app within that, and you will be getting the client ID and the directory ID, copy and paste it somewhere else. And you have to go for the subscription, add a new subscription. The subscription ID is called as account ID over here. Once you do all these things, you have to come to ServiceNow. You have to put the client ID, this one, authorization, secret key, everything. Once you did it, then you can check the credentials. All it is get passed. Then you have to set up the credential. Cloud account, service account, all you need to set it up and you have to start discover the things set by set.